Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 25th day of June in the year 2025. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 6:07 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Here.
Councilperson Bajano will be absent for the entire meeting. Councilperson Saleh is not here yet. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye, present.
Councilperson Gilmore is not here yet. Councilperson DeGise.
Here.
Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
And Council President Waterman.
Here.
We have 6 council members, in attendance at 6:07 p.m. Can we kindly rise for a moment of silence, please?
Eli Bender.
Elisa U. Fernandez, mother of Gina Abuan, long-term employee of the Department of Administration. Thank you very much. On behalf of Council President Waterman and the members of the Municipal Council, in accordance with the New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall, the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2025, and filed in the office of the City Clerk on Friday, November 15th, 2024. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, June 20th, 2025 at 3:47 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. As I was putting the sunshine notice into the record, I noticed that we have Councilperson Saleh present at 6:10 p.m. So we now have 7 council members present. And with that being said, council members, as discussed at the caucus meeting, there is one item that needs to be added to the agenda, and that is item 10.45. Resolution 25-456 is a resolution of the City of Jersey City endorsing the housing element and fair share plan adopted by the Jersey City Planning Board. Council members, may I have a motion to add item 10.45, resolution 25-456 to the agenda?
Motion.
Second.
I'm going to give the motion to Councilperson Rivera, even though Councilperson Gilmore was pretty loud. The second was on Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to add item 10.45, resolution 25-456 to the agenda, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
And we will mark Councilperson Gilmore present at 6:11 p.m. So we now have 8 council members present at 6:11. Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent to add item 10.45, resolution 25-456 to the agenda. And just bear with me one second. If you would allow me, council members, I'm going to go right to the first reading ordinances. Item 3.1, City Ordinance 25-074 is an ordinance of the City of Jersey City Municipal Council amending the Jersey City official zoning map. Item 3.2, City Ordinance 25-075 is an ordinance amending Chapter 160 Fees and Charges, establishing Zone 3 permit fee. Item 3.3, City Ordinance 25-076 is an ordinance amending Chapter 218 Multiple Dwellings, Section 12, preventing algorithmic rent fixing in the rental housing market of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Jersey City. And item 3.4, City Ordinance 25-077 is an ordinance of the Jersey City Municipal Council for the amendments to Chapter 345-31 of the Land Development Ordinance regarding the general development checklist. Council members are going to be taking an introductory vote on items 3.1 through 3.4. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Items 3.1 through 3.4 are introduced 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Before we move on to our second reading ordinances, I believe we're going to do a compound motion to defer to the following items: 10.3 through 10.9. Is that correct?
Yes.
Councilperson Gilmore and President?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to defer to items 10.3 through 10.9. May I have a motion to defer?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second? Second by Council President Waterman. On a motion to defer to items 10.3 through 10.9, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent to defer to items 10.3 through 10.9. Councilperson Gilmore, we're going to go in the order that they're listed. So we'll start with item 10.3. City Resolution 25-414 is a resolution honoring Teresa Walker for her outstanding contributions to music, youth development, and cultural legacy of Jersey City in celebration of Black Music Month 2025. Councilperson Gilmore?
Yes, Erica is gonna read into the record.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. One second, Erica, so I can get the camera on to you.
Thank you.
All right, Erica.
Good evening. So I'm here on behalf of the Office of Councilman Gilmore, where we're going to recognize honorees for Black Music Month. This first honor goes to Teresa Walker, as you mentioned, whereas Black Music Month is celebrated each June to recognize the profound contributions of Black artists, musicians, and cultural leaders who have shaped the sound of America and inspired generations throughout their talent and artistry. Whereas Teresa Walker, a multi-talented recording artist, songwriter, choreographer, and co-owner of Walk Ahead Production, Inc., was born and raised in Jersey City, attending public school number 2430 Ronald E. McNair High School, Academic High School, and earning her degree in computer science from New Jersey City State University. And whereas Teresa's musical journey began at St. Michael's Church on Virginia Avenue in Jersey City, where she first discovered her voice and continued with her family's singing group High Gear, now Dynamic Belltones, which led to remarkable opportunities to perform alongside iconic acts such as Blue Magic, Soul Generation, Escorts, Cuba Gooding Jr., and the Manhattans. Whereas Teresa's artistic excellence, education achievements, and deep commitment to both music and community embody the very spirit of Black Music Month and reflect the rich cultural legacy of Jersey City. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 25th day of June 2025, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Teresa Walker for her outstanding contributions to music, her dedication to the development of youth and the arts, and her lasting influence on Jersey City's cultural life in celebration of Black Music Month 2025.
Okay. Thank you so much, Erica. So before we ask Teresa to come up, council members, I think it would be appropriate if we took the vote on the resolution. With that being said, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. City Resolution 25-414 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Congratulations, Teresa.
Thank you. I'm so proud and so honored and humbled by this experience. And I thank all of you who are dedicating your time and recognizing those of us who have actually dedicated time to helping our community and developing and whether it's in the artistry, but I recognize that each of you take time out of your day to do what you do. And it's no easy task, but you do it. And you do it so well. And I want to thank you for recognizing me, what I provided, and for my family. And I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to my parents who made me, Ms. John and Mary Walker, and to my siblings. As she mentioned, the Dynamic Belltones is who inspired me to even want to do music as well. And just share it and teach. I love teaching children music and sharing it with the world. So again, thank you for this honor. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
And if all the honorees would stay, so we can take pictures in the rotunda with councilmen and any council members.
Want me to read it into the record?
Next is Resolution 10.4, Resolution 25-415. This is a resolution awarded to the Dynamic Belltones, whereas the Dynamic Belltones originally formed in 1972 in Jersey City. They were founded by Johnny and Willie Walker, joined by David Walker, Latch Chisholm, and Lieutenant Ricky Cooper. And their first performance was at Snyder High School, earning them the nickname Jersey City's Jackson 5. And they quickly became local favorites, receiving encouragement from the community leaders like the late Edith Phillips, then Director of Music for the Jersey City School District. Whereas under the guidance of their parents and musical professionals, such as the late John Davis and Vaughn Holden, the Dynamic Belltones became a staple in Jersey City's community music scene, performing alongside renowned acts such as the Manhattans, Kool and the Gang, and Ruth Brown. Now, therefore, be it resolved on this 25th day of June 2025, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors the Dynamic Belltones for their outstanding contributions to Jersey City's musical and cultural legacy, their achievements in the world of entertainment, and their rightful place in the celebration of Black Music Month 2025.
Sean.
You ain't vote yet, Sean.
I ran vote.
You gotta vote.
You gotta vote.
You know what?
They gotta vote.
That's right.
I'm not even following my own rules. Let's look at that. I'm getting all flustered up here. All right. I had a premature celebration there. All right. So before we do that, let's take a vote on Resolution 25-415. I actually should have let Erica be the clerk tonight. Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece,
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. City Resolution 25-415 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Now we can stand.
Uh, Thank you guys. I got kind of like tears in my eyes because it's been a long time, you know, and I never thought this would ever happen. You know, even though I always say we was like the Jackson Five because we did act like the Jackson Five. And they thought we was the Jackson Five, you know, because I don't want to be like my father, but my father, he thought we was a little group until he went to the school of Snyder High School. And when we practiced, everybody outside thought it was the Jackson Five. So then when we finally had a show, the whole school was crowded. Me and my brother, we couldn't even walk to school after the show. So every time we walked the street, everybody, how about, there go Johnny and Wood, Jackson Five. So I'm glad that y'all recommend us and gave us this award. And I'm sorry I got tears in my eyes, but I feel good.
It's all right. God bless you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. God bless.
Welcome. John.
All right, the next agenda item is 10.5, a resolution 25-416 honoring Julian Myers. Whereas Julian Myers is a talented saxophonist and music educator originally from Queens, New York, who has been a proud resident of Jersey City for the past 18 years. Inspired by his mother, a devoted music teacher and passionate jazz enthusiast, Julian began his musical journey after witnessing a performance by renowned saxophonist Frank Stozier at 9 years old. Over the course of his distinguished career, Julian has performed with celebrated artists, including legendary Dizzy Gillespie at age 17, as well as Guru of Gang Starr during the mid-1990s, and toured both nationally and internationally with the acclaimed group BPT Express. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 25th day of June, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Julian Myers for his outstanding contributions to music, his dedication to the Jersey City community, and his lasting influence on our city's cultural heritage in celebration of Black Music Month 2025. Now for a vote.
Thank you, Erica. All right, council members, let's vote before I stand and clap and make a fool of myself again. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Resolution 25-416 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Congratulations.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank God because this is a blessing. I thank the City Council for selecting me to be honored here. You already heard about a little bit about my musical journey, but I was a New York City music educator while I was also playing. And after years of working in New York, I wasn't able to afford a place, and that's what made me come to Jersey City in 2007. Since getting here, I've met many wonderful musicians that are here on the local Jersey City scene. I've been playing on the local Jersey City scene, and I just hope to continue to do more. And I thank you so much for recognizing me. I thank Ms. Erica Walker for all she's done to help get me ready for this event. And I thank my wife and my son for supporting me at home in the music always. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Back to Clerk Walker.
Next on the agenda is 10.6, a resolution honoring Alan Cherry. Whereas Alan R. Cherry was born and raised in Jersey City, New Jersey, attending PS 24 and graduated from Snyder High School, proudly representing the vibrant cultural roots of this city. Alan embodies the very essence of dedication, passion, and resilience with a remarkable career in music spanning over 45 years, impacting not only the music industry, but also the cultural fabric of Jersey City. And I just learned tonight that he started out with dynamic bell tones, his music career. Whereas Alan founded the Eternal Life Singers, the first gospel group to win the prestigious McDonald's Gospel Fest, further solidifying Jersey City's presence in the world of gospel music. And his life and work reflect the very best of Jersey City: trustworthiness, intelligence, generosity, and unyielding spirit that continues to inspire those around him. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 25th day of June, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Alan R. Cherry for his extraordinary contributions to music and culture and his powerful legacy as a beacon of resilience.
See what you started?
They have to vote first.
I didn't stand. I can't say the same for some of my council members, though. No, I'm kidding. On the resolution 25-417, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Resolution 25-417 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Congratulations.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank God, thank and honor God. And I'd like to thank my wife for nominating or sending the nomination. I'd like to thank the council for accepting the nomination and giving me this resolution. And while I'm thanking, I'd like to thank all the supporters, family, friends, and everybody who came out to support, and everybody here and all the other honorees. As was stated, I started out about 49 years ago in music, hanging around Jersey City. Well, it was at Jersey City State College back then, and never knew that it would take me where it took me. But I found in my travels and in life that more important than being a great musician, you have to be a good person. And I think it's Luke 9:25 that says, "What does it profit a man to gain, achievements and things and lose his soul or his integrity?" And that's how I try to live. So I think it's Matthew 5:14 says, "We are the lights of the world." And Matthew 5:16 says that we should let our light shine so that men will see our good works and glorify the Father which is in heaven. So with that, I'm going to just say, to God be the glory.
Next agenda item is 10.7, Resolution 25-418, a resolution honoring Chill Rob G. And is he present? I don't think he's present, so do you want to take the vote? Okay. So Chill Rob G is being honored for his pioneering contributions in hip hop and musical excellence in Jersey City in recognition of Black Music Month.
Okay, gotta switch that camera. Council members, we're going to be taking a vote on Resolution 25-418. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Resolution 25-418 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Congratulations.
Chill, Rob G. Chill, Rob G couldn't be present tonight, but we'll make sure he gets his resolution. I just wanted everybody to know that he's the one that sings the song, I Got the Power. It's like, that's big, right? That was a big hit.
Okay.
That was a huge hit.
All right.
He's from
All right.
Jersey
Hold
City,
on
so
one
very
second.
proud.
I mean,
Do it again.
I
Do it
got to
again.
put the camera on me for a second, all right? Because I'm really being upstaged. She's taken my job. Now she's showing that she can sing as well. I mean, come on.
Say it again,
The
Erica.
drums
Go ahead.
too? Because if you can play the drums, now you're totally replacing me.
I get it from my daddy. What can I say? The dynamic.
Listen, that's
baritone
great,
lead
Erica.
singer. All right, this next resolution is 10.8, a resolution honoring Jeanette Walker. Whereas Jeanette Walker was born in New York and raised in Jersey City, began singing as a child in local schools at St. Michael's Church, laying the foundation for a lifetime in music and the arts. And whereas a proud product of Jersey City's public schools, Jeanette attended PS number 30 and graduated from Snyder High School before earning her degree from Jersey City State University. And at just 12 years old, Jeanette joined her family's band, the Dynamic Belltones, recording music with producer Paul Kaiser and performing alongside legendary acts such as the Manhattans, Kool and the Gang, and Evelyn Champagne King. She went on to record as a solo artist, releasing Let Me Live My Life and co-writing Stamp Reject, produced by Gary Hedman Haas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 25th day of June, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Jeanette Walker for her outstanding contributions to Jersey City's musical and cultural legacy. She recently also just retired as a Jersey City public school teacher. So her enduring commitment and uplifting her community in celebration of Black Music Month.
All right. All right, council members, we're going to be taking a vote on Resolution 25-419. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Resolution 25-419 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Congratulations.
Been crying all week, pretty much. Celebration tears from an educator to 20 years and then retiring from my students that I love. My vice principal is in the back. She came. So much love and support. Miss Santiago, stand up, please. Here's Santiago. Thanks. God be the glory. It's been a long road. I cut that first record at 13 years old. And from there with the Dynamic Belltones, we went from Jersey to Newark, New York, load the van, unload the van, load the van, unload the van. And it's a wonderful journey. And I tell my children in school, the ones I had, believe in yourself. I tell them, you don't know where it's going to take you, but don't be afraid of the journey. Don't be afraid and just try. So I want to thank God, my mother, my father, my niece, of course, and all of you for honoring me. And first and foremost is God. I mean, I've been the best of the best. Jesse Bozeman passed away, I found out a year ago. That's where I did the Black Expo USA with Teddy Pendergrass and all the others. But it was a journey. And I think I'm outwinded. I don't even have a voice. But I thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
And our last Black Music Month resolution of this evening is item number 10.9, a resolution honoring Soul Generation. Whereas Soul Generation is an American R&B vocal group that originated in Jersey City, New Jersey, formed in 1970, embodying the rich musical talent of the community. Soul Generation achieved national acclaim with their debut hit single Body and Soul in 1972, produced by the renowned Paul Kaiser, which reached number 27 on the Billboard R&B chart, making them one of Jersey City's most celebrated musical exports. The original lineup of Soul Generation included Cliff Perkins, Earl Davenport, Herman Hammonds, and Jeffrey Burgess, whose smooth harmonies and captivating performances helped define the sound of the 1970s. For the past 15 years, Soul Generation has continued its legacy under the leadership of Cliff Perkins, joined by Vita LaRue Perkins and Donald Taylor, whose dedication has kept the music and message of Soul Generation alive on stages across the country. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 25th day of June 2025, the Jersey City Municipal Council hereby honors Soul Generation for their historic contributions to music and proudly celebrates their place in Jersey City's artistic and cultural heritage during Black Music Month.
Okay, council members, we're going to be taking a vote on City Resolution 25-420. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Thank you all for your contributions. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Resolution 25-420 is approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Congratulations again.
What do you say, Miss Washington? Hey, this is pretty cool. I'm being honored by all my friends. These are all my friends here. Yeah, I've worked in Jersey City for City Hall for 30 years. And I was here at Cultural Affairs and I gave all the shows and 4th of July and all the concerts. As a matter of fact, I bought this sound system that we're talking through. But I'd like to thank each and every one of you. It was a long journey, and the journey is still going on with myself, my wife, Ms. Vita LaRue Perkins. And I would also acknowledge my daughter, Crystal Perkins, who was a member of Soul Generation. Stand up, Crystal. Stand up. And there are a few other members along the way, Mike Murphy and Ted West and Earl Davenport. These guys were great. And, I've been blessed. I don't have no long history of music, no church background or none of that. I just decided to put a group together and decided to put some guys around me that could sing better than I could. And we started out as the Citations and we moved on from the Citations to the Soul Generation. And we went in the studio and recorded our first record, which is double platinum at the present time. And it was great. And I'd like to just acknowledge a gentleman that started all this stuff with me, Mr. Herman Hammond.
Yes, I was along with the journey, enjoyed every bit of it. But I like to give thanks to our public schools that we had back in the day. We had a public school teacher that taught music. Her name was Mrs. Phillips. Now, I wasn't quite a good student back in the day, but I guess I was blessed with a voice. So in the music class, she heard my voice. And, who's that? I said, that's me. Oh, you need to do something with that voice. I said, well, I'm trying. So from that then on, she had me in the all city choir that she did for Jersey City. And I think we was on Fleet Street. We did a few of them things and they was excellent. They had like the whole choir, the band, the whole works. We was nice. Then that propelled me on to Dickinson High School. So Dickinson High School, like I said, well, I did choir back in the day, so let me do choir again. Plus, I was doing sports. That's how me and this guy met up doing sports, football, baseball. I bump into him. So anyhow, so like now in Dickinson High School, Mrs. Watson was the teacher back then. I forgot her first name, but Mrs. Watson, God bless her, she put me out there again. And from that, in other words, that started my journey. Sometimes you don't know what you got. People move you towards where you need to be. And I was blessed and I moved on up the ladder, ran into this guy from football. Who knows that we wound up singing together? And here we go. Thank you very much for the honor.
And I just want to invite all of the Black Music Month honorees to take pictures in the rotunda. Thank you, Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess so the council can take pictures with all the honorees. And I have to be honest with you, I didn't know Jersey City had that much musical talent. So God bless you all. God bless you all. That's fantastic. We'll be back in 5 minutes. A little longer. July 16th. So you know what? Oh, that was like. Sure. Yeah, well, this band is Gallon. Right, exactly. Yeah, we were talking about the oldies groups. Hey, sounds good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're in charge here. It's where you
Yeah, but
Oh.
here we go.
Okay, everyone, if we can find our seats. If we want to continue to have discussions, we can have them out in the rotunda. We have business to conduct, and we have a very large speakers list. So we would like to get back to our regular scheduling programming. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to continue to talk, please go outside to the rotunda and have those conversations. We got business to run. Okay, on to our second reading ordinances. Item 4.1, City Ordinance 25-065 is an ordinance opting into Garden State C-PACE program to facilitate the financing of C-PACE projects. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on city ordinance 25.
There's people coming up.
Oh, hold on, hold on. Everybody wanted to talk, so,
Hi. Is this for CPACE?
hold on 1 second, okay?
C-PACE.
So before you speak, I need you to spell your name for our court reporter and myself,
Spell it.
please.
Hi, Leanne Callahan, Leeannecallalhan.
Okay, Leanne.
Go?
Yep.
Okay, hi. Sorry, new to this. I'm Leanne, as I said. I've been a resident here in Jersey City and at Port Liberté for almost 20 years. I'm here to speak in support of Jersey City opting in to the CPACE program. Port Liberté is a beautiful condominium development on the canals next to the Liberty National Golf Course and the Sims recycling plant. But sorry, got a little lost here. Let me stick to my script. Port Liberté is about 363 units, approximately 1,000 residents spread out over mid-rise building and townhomes. We find our development, which was built in the 1980s, in need of severe and drastic repairs. Between the years of wear and tear, Hurricane Sandy, and the lifespan of products like EFIS, this capital improvement project has now soared to a cost of about $50 million in order to re-envelope our buildings. As I've stated, it's a very serious issue that needs to be addressed. And at the present moment, our community is looking at having to self-finance this huge capital improvement project. So over the years, we've discussed the fact that things like a CPACE loan would actually be something we could qualify for, but at the time, the state didn't offer it to us. So I'm here today to advocate that self-funding this project could be a major problem for many of the residents that live at Port Liberté. The cost of it is obviously, many people are paying more for their assessment than they are for their mortgages. So we really are in need of some assistance. And so I'd like to hope that the council will vote for Jersey City to opt into the CPACE program so that we could apply to be approved to be part of it. Thank you. I have two neighbors with me too that would like to say something.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jody Materna, Jodi, last name
You got to slow down. Sorry, Jody. So it's Jody.
Jody, Jodi.
Yep.
Last name is Materna, Materna.
ERNA. Thank you.
Okay. I come before everybody tonight also to encourage and humbly request that the council members favorably vote positively for this PACE program. I am also a resident of Port Liberté. I have been a member of Jersey City now and a resident for 12 years. My husband and I have, planted our feet in the ground. We're raising our son here, plan to be here for many years in the near future. I'm also an attorney. I'm licensed in both New York and New Jersey. And from a legal perspective, I am familiar with the PACE program. From a legal perspective, I had assisted people, a finance company in Manhattan when they were doing work on PACE in both California and Arizona a couple of years ago. So I'm very familiar with it. I know the benefits of it. I know how it can drastically not only help Port Liberté, but Jersey City for every single building, in the near future. And like I said, I just humbly request that the council positively vote for this for not only the benefit of Port Liberté, but also Jersey City at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Norma Jimenez.
Norma,
Norma, last name Jimenez.
I can't hear you.
Jimenez.
Thank you.
I moved to Port Liberté about 3 years ago. only to find out months later that I would be faced with an assessment of $140,000 to make the repairs for the ethers, windows, doors, balconies that are in dire of repair. This relief of CPACE would be welcomed by many seniors like myself. I am 76 years old and had to get another job, go back to work so that I can pay for this assessment that we're paying for ourselves, a $50 million assessment. This, getting this loan would also help the other seniors that are not able to go out and get employment to meet their needs. So we're looking at property values that are being greatly decreased, and the PACE program would only help us improve property values as well as increase the tax benefits for Jersey City.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-065. Any member of the public still wishing to be
Motion.
heard?
Oh.
Laverne.
Yeah, what is the Peace Program? I never heard of that. Can somebody tell me what it is and where the money come from?
No problem, Ms. Washington. So the CPACE program is a state program that helps real estate developments create capital improvements that are resilient projects. So either energy efficiency, water resiliency, and they were able to borrow that money from the state at little to no interest at an upfront cost. And then the city would help the state put liens on the property until those obligations are fulfilled. So it's basically that the city is willing to work with the state on these micro loans that are being provided.
Is this a new program? Because I never heard of it.
It's a few years old.
A few years old.
We want to make sure that we did our research and saw how it worked in some of the other cities before we opted in.
And
Or Liberté came to us that they felt it was a project that they could pursue, and we're here to entertain it.
it helps other projects that need rehabilitated.
Commercial real estate and developments, correct.
Thank you. It's good to know.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Washington, it does have to be sustainable projects though for, creating green infrastructure, energy, grid, that type of stuff, not for just, run of the mill improvements. I'll get you the information right now. Yep.
Okay. This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-065. Any member of the public still wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion. Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-065 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-065, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. A final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-065, Councilperson Ridley.
I just want to say thank you to my residents that came out to speak. I know that this is an issue for residents in the Port Lib neighborhood. We've been talking about it probably for at least the last 4 years. And then, the state program came along. We got some input from Assemblywoman Stamato with some information. So when this came across the council desk, it was good that, you guys can come out and speak in favor of it. There's a lot that needs to be done down there. I've been there. I've seen, how they are now trying to reinforce the parking lots, how, things are rusting on the buildings. And we know that you guys have been in existence with pretty much no upgrades since the 80s. So it's time and it's a big lift. So we hope that this assists a little bit with that. I vote aye.
Thank you, Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-065 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2, City Ordinance 25-066 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 90 Animals of the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion. Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-066 was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-066, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye. Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-066, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-066 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.3, City Ordinance 25-067 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 99 barbershops and beauty parlors of the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-067 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-067, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-067, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-067 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.4, City Ordinance 25-068 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 160 Fees and Charges of the Jersey City Municipal Code to revise the fees for Section C, Chapter 84 Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis, Section E, Chapter 90 Animals, Section F, Chapter 99 Barbershops and Beauty Parlors, Section P, Chapter 175 Food Handling Establishments, Section Q, Chapter 182 Health and Sanitation, Section S, Chapter 193, ICE, Section U, Chapter 207, Laundries and Dry Cleaners, and Section RR, Chapter 329, Vending Machines. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-068 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-068, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-068, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-068 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.5, City Ordinance 25-069 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 175, Food Handling Establishments, Article 2, Mobile Food Vendors, and Article 3, Food Establishments. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. And I see Laverne Washington.
Yes, is this a new ordinance or replacing the old one?
Laverne, all we're doing here is updating the definitions to comply with the state laws. So like, for example, the 4.7 ICE, the city as a local jurisdiction no longer regulates ICE trucks, right? That's still in our code. So we took that out, and now it could just be part of
Housekeeping.
housekeeping. Yeah, just house.
Okay, so if you got like a food truck,
We're not changing any of that. We're not changing it. Yeah, it's just that some of the some of the divisions in HHS became offices, so we're changing that language. And then we're updating some of the language around the terms and definitions, just to make it clear.
I think, no, because I have a food truck now, and my son.
We're not impacting anything as
I just
regulated.
had to fill out a lot of paperwork, and that's why.
Yeah, there's no regulatory changes here. It's just definitions.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is still a public hearing on this ordinance?
Real quick about street vendors. My name is Sam Ortiz, SAMORTIZ. I have a quick question for mobile vendors. Do you have health inspectors, and also they're usually stationed in proper area, blocking the entrance? Do you have ordinance, 3 types of ordinance, Department of Health?
Sam, if you don't mind, take your hand off. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
So you have Department of Health inspectors throughout the Jersey City area to check on these street vendors, and you have Department of, they usually don't have tax ID and able to operate. Who's checking on these vendors? So these children are getting sick. But when I see children, get a hot dog vendor and they're all lined up, this guy don't have proper paperwork. What are the what's going on here?
Yeah, we do have HHS is responsible for that. So if you want to provide any information to us, we're happy to investigate.
Okay, they're usually.
Usually a reporting mechanism,
For mobile food?
because sometimes they pop up and,
Got it.
yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-069. Any member of the public still wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion. Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-069 was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-069, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-069, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman.
Aye.
City Ordinance 25-069 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.6, City Ordinance 25-070 is an ordinance amending Chapter 182, Health and Sanitation, Article 1, General Provisions of the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-070 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Councilperson Rivera. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-070, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-070, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-070 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.7. City Ordinance 25-071 is an ordinance amending and striking Chapter 193 ICE from the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-071 was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-071, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-071, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-071 is adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.8. City Ordinance 25-072 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 207 Laundries and Dry Cleaners, Article 1 Coin-Operated Dry Cleaners, and Article 2 Laundries of the Jersey City Municipal Code. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion. Second.
The motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-072 was almost a tie, but I'm going to give it to Councilperson Rivera because I know him longer, and seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-072, Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. He really did make the motion first. I would never do that just because I know him longer, for the record. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-072, who said we can't have fun when we're taking votes? Councilperson Ridley,
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings,
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh,
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon,
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore,
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece, Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-072 is finally adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Bajano absent. For our last second reading ordinance of the night, item 4.9, City Ordinance 25-073 is an ordinance amending Chapter 296, Streets, Sidewalks, and Public Rights of Way, Article 2, Closure of Public Right of Way of the City Code, requiring council approval for certain applications for street closures. This is a public hearing on this ordinance, and I see our member of the public is Steve Lipsky.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate being here and being able to speak. Madam President and Council, I'm sorry I wasn't here for the introduction of this because I think it allows for our marathon in particular to be made more public, more transparent, and have more public participation. I think the amendment speaks to the uniqueness of this event. It's the second largest event in Jersey City. Last year, we had over 10,000 runners register from from 13 countries, 38 states. We brought in millions of dollars to the city via filling all the hotels, the parking. We got extraordinary support from the mall. And on the matter of presenting a resolution, I've been working with the council people whose wards the route go through. Councilwoman Ridley in A, Councilman Solomon in A, and Councilman Gilmore and F, and then I'm in conversation with the council president. We'd like to get a resolution on for the July 16 meeting. Councilman Solomon's office has reached out, Gladys, Crystal, and Isaac, requesting a copy of the proposed map, as well as a turn-by-turn narrative on how the route will go, and then also our communication. Just so you know, is that this year for the marathon, we spent an enormous amount of money in publication via Google, social media, billboards, and we sent out about 80,000 postcards to residents to inform them on how to click into either using a QR code or a link to get to our website to inform them of street closures, parking, alternative parking. And this year, we are in conversation with New York Waterways to see if we could lease a ferry to be able to go from Port Liberté to Paulus Hook to Exchange Place to New York. So those people who were pinned in those cul-de-sacs, particularly Paulus Hook and Port Liberté, will have a means of getting out of their community, even though if they were able to drip feed across the route. But during the race, they would be able to get over to Exchange Place, get out of Jersey City by getting, if they park their car in an alternative place. And lastly, let me just say, I got 26 seconds. We are also working with Lee Klein, a traffic engineer, to see about ways in which we can improve traffic flow during the marathon. I can't thank you enough. The city's been extraordinarily supportive of this event, and I think it's great for the city, it's great for the running community, it's great for its health, and it's great for its finances. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. This is still a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
In the inner city, this has nothing to do with us when we want to close the street to have a fair. You know, like in September, we closed MLK down by my church between McAdoo and Warner. Do we have a problem with this?
Bigger.
You would still be
BA
a regular
answer, go
person.
ahead. Go ahead, Joan.
Ms. Washington, only half and full marathons. That's all that applies to.
Okay.
Running
thank you.
events. Yep.
Appreciate it.
This is still a public hearing. If you just state your name for the record.
Albert Harary, Harary.
Thank you, Albert.
Last year, there was a problem, and the year before, there was a problem with the hospital. I'm just wondering if the route is going to be changed so that ambulances can get through where they weren't able to get through last year or this year. Is it going to be the same route?
Can't go back and forth, Steve. We just can't, okay? BA,
I didn't know of any interruptions with
he
that.
was there.
Well, did anybody speak to the people at the hospital? Because I did. And they were complaining about ambulances. There was one ambulance, not this past year, but the year before, that was held up over an hour.
Who did you complain to? And I'll follow up with.
I didn't complain to anybody.
I mean, who did you get that information?
I was having a discussion with somebody at a restaurant.
Got it.
He said that, it was a big problem. And I'm just wondering if, they take the hospital into consideration, because right now it is completely blocked off.
Albert, Danny will follow up with you, but we will definitely, we keep the hospitals in consideration, okay? So Danny will follow up with you to make sure.
Okay, because they didn't last year and they didn't the year before, so.
All right. Thank you, Albert.
This is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 25-073. If any member of the public is still wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
I'm going to give that motion to Councilperson Saleh to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-073. And I'll give the close second to Councilperson Rivera. Who was it?
Gilmore.
You
Gilmore.
giving everything to Dan. He didn't even say nothing.
All right. All right. You got to speak up a little louder, Councilperson Gilmore. You know what? Speak like you're watching the Jet game. Come on, that was a good one. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 25-073, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
I got the council speechless now. Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
That's what I figured. Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 25-073, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. City Ordinance 25-073 is finally adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Okay, moving on, we're going to have a public hearing on the 2025-2026 Historic Downtown Special Improvement Assessment Roll and Budget. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on the 2025-2026 Historic Downtown Special Improvement Assessment Roll and Budget was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Council President Waterman. On the motion to close the public hearing, Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Motion carries 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to our public request for a hearing. I'm going to be calling the number and the first name of the individuals, so please follow along with your agendas here present and also watching at home. With that being said, our first speaker, 5.1, Laverne, and just give me one moment, Laverne, so I could put the camera on you and to make sure it's only on you. Okay, Laverne.
Good evening, council again. As we get ready to start summer, I need your help, support. I'm getting ready to start my free summer camp July 7th to August 15th up at Heavenly Temple. I've been having it for the past 2 years because in the city right now, there's not a lot going on. And I ride around and I pass out my applications. I don't do Facebook and I'm not on Instagram or none of that. And I gave out about 140 applications. It's such a need and we need to look into what's going on for these kids for this summer because a lot of programs have been cut. I don't do grant money and none of that. I raise my own money from my program and other people help me with my program. And there's so much going on with a little bit of heat wave. So many of our kids are out in the community. They close all the public pools. Now you have to pay to go swimming in our public pools. Our pool down on Van Horn Street is overpacked. I don't know about the one up on Pavonia or Persian Field, but that's the only pool. We need to find a way to get something done for our people and our community, these young people. We need help. And sit around and watch the police out here that can't do nothing unless they get a call is a disgrace. What's going on? All these fireworks, they riding up, running them down the blocks on main streets, shooting them guns, and there's no control. We need help. So as summer approaches, I'm reaching out for help for the community. And Councilwoman, if you can still help us with Lafayette Street, they trimmed a little bit of the trees, but they didn't do it good. In the light, it'd be the tourist family that lives there for 50 years. Her son is a fireman, the other one's a cop, but she likes to sit out there with her grand and great grand, and she says Laverne is dog. She's my age. She's 77 years old. They've been in that house for 50 years from that, of course, from that park right there on Lafayette between Van Horn and Woodward. The light in that area is very bad, and she's 78 years old. So please, if you can help with that lighting and that tree cutting on Lafayette Street there, I thank you. You guys have a blessed day.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.2, Tina.
Hi, guys. Yes, my name is Tina. Yes, I do work for Education at Gilmore, but I'm speaking upon myself. Justice for Drew! Justice for Drew! Okay, I use my voice ever since Education at Gilmore, before he even came to council. He always told me to use my voice. I remember when he came to my house to get me by me giving out the free clothes out my house and out the truck. When I told him that I had reached out to the mayor about the situation of me bedding in the community, he said, use your voice. I have been coming to these meetings on Wednesdays and Wednesdays and Wednesdays and Wednesdays to advocate for my community. I have found out my father, he passed in 2010. I never knew my real mom and I never knew my dad. Happened that some of my friends went with me back to Alabama. We was interacting in their community. We seen that the cops come out to their events. That's how they get their community volunteer stuff. You don't have to pay them. That's how they interact with their community. They were showing them their guns. They was interacting with them. They knew these people by heart. I said, I wish I could come up to Jersey City and change and show our cops up here how to interact in our community. I know they don't interact with us in our community because I live on Oak and Martin Luther King, and I see that they have problems. I thought that was so nice of them changing the game up down there, to realize of them born down there that they had to do something better in their community. It's just like with me. I come here on Wednesday and I say that I'm not from here. I'm from Alabama, but I feel like as us living together, we should come together as one. We should be able to live together. We shouldn't have uptown living like this and up on Ocean Avenue living a different way. Education of Gilmore just went live a couple of weeks ago about how our blocks are so nasty and clean. That's true. You know why? We have so many people standing outside. There's not enough jobs. There's not enough activity. There's not enough stuff. The only safe spot y'all do have is 450 Martin Luther King, and that's mine, community treasure. And I thank God for that. But I just want to say, let's come together and let's build our community. I wanted to go back to Alabama and just show them, look, we also is able to change our community together. Not the heights, the way, not downtown, but all of us as one in Jersey City. I want to thank Terry. Terry, thank you. We have been doing marches for a minute. My cousin, Jump for Jerry, I remember when he got hit downtown and you started us marching and stuff. That's the stuff we need to come together. We see the leaders not going to do it, so it's going to have to be the community that's going to do it. So we need to continue to stick together, and that's how we're going to do it. Thank you, guys.
Okay, our next speaker, 5.3, Gina.
Good evening. Gina Davison, Ward B. I work for Councilman Gilmore, but I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. Justice for Drew. Justice for Drew. Speaking of failures of our public safety department to serve and protect our community, we lost 6-year-old Eli Bender a few weeks ago. This brings our traffic fatalities to over 4 in 2 months for a Vision Zero city. I was at the vigil with the traffic reform warriors. The mayor was not there. You know which of you didn't show up. Many of you continue to hide behind this dais. Some of you even still join tickets with Mayor Stephen Trump. Back in March, Frank Gilmore led a vote of no confidence for Director Shea. That vote of no confidence passed, 6-1, with Amy DeGeese voting no, Mayor Prince Airy and Yusuf Saleh abstaining. Councilwoman Amy DeGeese said, "I have not lost confidence in the director." Following Eli's death, continued lack of traffic enforcement and reform, I want to ask you, Amy, do you still have confidence in Director Shea? Can you speak up, please? So for the record, your answer is yes, you still have confidence in Director Shea. Thank you for enlightening us. Mr. Saleh, if you had the chance to vote again, would you still abstain?
You want the truth? The truth is a vote of no confidence is actually,
It wasn't the question.
No.
The question was if you had the chance to
no,
vote
you
again.
want
would
the
you
answer? Let me answer. Okay. The answer is a vote of no confidence has no effect. It was a symbolic measure. This law department sent every council member a memo as to the proper procedure, which had it been followed, it might have had a different outcome. So you can talk to Councilman Gilmore as to why he chose to do a very, if you're going to put me on the spot, it was very performative, in my opinion. He didn't show up to the budget hearings, okay?
Oh, his whole
Speak
team was
on-
there. His
no,
whole team
no,
was there. I
No,
was
no, no,
there.
no, no. That would be the forum to
So
raise.
Mr.
No,
Saleh,
I'm talking.
doing something
Let me
symbolic,
finish.
it's still my time,
Let me
actually, if I'm going to
finish. Okay.
reclaim it.
You
And
asked
I'm
me a
going to say
question.
that
You don't
something
have to
symbolic,
answer. You don't have
something
to.
symbolic is
It's her
important.
time. Let her.
No,
So it
had-
would have been lovely if you had helped us along.
I
and
did help,
with that
actually.
Symbolic gesture
I did help.
and voted no confidence. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
Gina.
Mr. Saleh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
I have, no, I have grilled Director Shea from this dais several times, okay? And you could look at the videos. There's actual receipts.
Okay, our next public speaker, 5.4, Cameron. Is Cameron here? No? Okay, next speaker, 5.5, Nick. Nick C.
Hi, Council. I, like I'm sure many others here today, are encouraged to speak based on the unfortunate incident tragedy that happened 2 weeks ago. I, like many people, walk on these streets. I ride my bike as my primary mode of transportation. And I've been attending these council meetings for the past 6 months or so. And I've seen collectively across the board a lack of motivation, a lack of accountability, and honestly, a lack of effort to do anything to substantially or allow for more favorable infrastructure, enforcement, or anything to improve the conditions that it is on the street. It's honestly just simply a public safety issue. I know that there have been attempts. I know that some of you try, but it's not enough. It's not. And what I hope you can take from today is there will be many people here that are very angry, but what have we really done? Vision Zero, ineffective, not fully implemented. The infrastructure that is in place is falling apart. Bollards that are put up to help to curb traffic, to bend over on the street. Ask anybody here. Just yesterday, I was almost hit by a car. Last year, I was hit by a car. This is a common occurrence in Jersey City. It's actually laughable how often it happens. The drivers here have an attitude, have a behavioral problem. They believe that they're the most important person and that the people that are walking and riding their bikes are not important. And so the question that you just need to ask yourselves is, what's it going to take? How many people need to die? How many people need to get injured for these people, for you guys to step up and collectively take a stance? I know that you're going to sit here and say it's because the mayor, it's because of this, the county. I'm asking you to collectively get together and advocate for us because we're dying out there and we will continue to die out there unless it's a stance here to push for public safety first. And to Councilman Slay, I encourage you to take a softer tone. I saw your remarks on Twitter about implicating and saying that individuals are asking for accountability, and yet you're responding and making insinuations that it's because of their race that they're asking for that accountability. I think that that remark is disgusting, and I think that you need to be humble in your role and accept the criticism that is coming for you, because it is one that honestly is warranted. You can roll your eyes at me, it doesn't affect me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.6, Danielle.
Good evening. Thank you for the progress on the Bergen Avenue bike lane connection to Journal Square and the Summit Avenue striping. As a lifelong Ward C resident, I truly appreciate these overdue infrastructure upgrades, but our work is far from done. A few months ago at Summit and SIP, a pedestrian was run over by a pickup truck and pinned underneath for over 30 minutes. And just 12 days ago, another child, Eli Bender, was struck and killed by a driver at 6th and Jersey Avenue. How many more people have to be hospitalized or buried before this city takes action? City leadership says it's all about saving lives. But if that were true, we wouldn't let parking take priority over public safety. We could convert just 1% of curbside parking into fire lanes like other cities do, but we don't. We could build a protected bike lane on Manhattan and Franklin with no loss of car lanes and full fire truck access, but because it would remove a few parking spots, it stalled. So no, it's not about saving lives. It's about saving parking. And in the process, we pit two life-saving functions, emergency response and protected bike lanes, against each other for scraps. That's not public safety, that's political cowardice. Councilman Boggiano has spent years fear-mongering about parking. Councilman Rivera voted against the Manhattan redesign in risking $670,000 in safety funding and dismissed public safety concerns with, "You can't blame drivers stuck in traffic." And Mayor Fulop, his own son was Eli's classmate at Hamilton Park Montessori School. Yet when asked, all he said was, "The reality is tragic and sad." And I'm open to all of that, referring to the advocates' list of safety demands. With respect, we don't need to wait for another investigation. We already know what works. Here's what it looks like. Dedicate 6 officers to full-time traffic enforcement. Relaunch the WhatsApp for transparent reporting. Implement automated enforcement, especially in school zones. Lower the citywide speed limit to 20 miles per hour. Install curb extensions, leading pedestrian intervals, and restrict dangerous turns. Require safety upgrades with every repaving, and fund it. Stop passing budgets that underfund safe streets. Do we protect lives or do we protect parking? Do we defend residents or political reputations? Families are watching, November is coming, and we will remember who acted and who didn't. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.7, Matthew. Matthew, 5.7, Matthew. Not here. Next speaker, 5.8, Molly. Molly here? Nope. 5.9, James.
Good evening, council members. On Friday, June 13, 2025, 6-year-old Eli Bender was killed while crossing the street with his father in an intersection with a green walk signal. The UPS driver who killed him turned left, also on a green signal, and failed to yield to a child crossing the street. This is the second truck crash death that we've had in Jersey City this year. While on March 10th, 2025, a 67-year-old man was also killed in a crosswalk with a green signal on Summit Avenue. No more. These deaths are not freak accidents. They must be stopped. Local streets advocates and parents groups, JC Heights Parents, Bike JC, Traffic Reform Warriors, Safe Streets JC, Better Blocks NJ, Jersey City Mamas, JC Families have all come together to outline and sign an open letter detailing what must be done to allow everyone in the city to cross the street safely. And we hereby demand that the City Council and the Mayor's Office take immediate action. You have all received this letter via email this week, outlining 5 key demands, and I will now state each in full for the record. Number 1, speed kills. Slow turns and reduced speeds. Evidence shows time and time again that high speeds take lives. We ask you to implement the following life-saving measures. Reduce the citywide speed limit to 20 miles per hour. Install leading pedestrian intervals at every intersection in the city. Implement left turn calming through physical infrastructure and banning left turns when necessary. Number 2, hardened infrastructure. Flex posts and signage are insufficient to address the dangers our city residents face. We are asking for improved hardened infrastructure, including planters, boulders, and concrete curb extensions. We want to see immediate improvements along the high entry network. We ask the council to immediately approve these changes or pass an ordinance for automatic approval instead of a piecemeal approach. New safety improvements should not be held up by bureaucratic hurdles or politics. We call on the council to require that all new road resurfacing automatically include vital safety improvements like chicanes, pinch points, and bike lanes as approved in the Bike Master Plan. We demand that curb extensions be installed at every intersection citywide. And as I come to the end of my time, the rest will be continued by the next speaker.
Thank you.
Enough is enough.
Our next speaker, 5.10, Ashley.
Good evening, Council. Number 3, increased enforcement. We are building on previous calls to increase both parking and traffic enforcement. We ask that at least 6 officers be dedicated to traffic enforcement and that regular, targeted, high visibility enforcement be conducted on an ongoing basis. We are asking for the Watts app to return to full functionality and that all parking violations be meaningfully enforced. Illegally parked cars create considerable hazards at intersections. We ask for automated parking enforcement to be implemented at an accelerated timeline. 4, emergency funding for the Department of Infrastructure. Safety improvements require funding. We ask you to provide immediate funding and staffing for the Department of Infrastructure to do its vital work. We call on all city council members to vote down any budget that does not increase funds for the life-saving work that the department does. Going forward, we call the city to create a dedicated funding source for capital and operating budgets related to street safety improvements. 5, citywide commitment on Vision Zero. Despite being drafted in 2019 with a goal of 0 deaths and serious injuries by 2026, more than half of the Jersey City's Vision Zero action items haven't been implemented. Quarterly Vision Zero task force meetings are sparsely attended, with key members like public safety, public works, and parking enforcement typically absent. We call on the mayor to accelerate the completion of the existing Vision Zero goals set out by the city, hold departments accountable for failing to meet their objectives, and fund a public campaign to educate the public on the importance of traffic calming measures and keep safety improvements top of mind. Mayor Phillips' Vision Zero plan is currently off track. We need to complete our existing goals to do more immediately to hit the city's 2026 goal. And with my remaining time, I want to draw attention to the blue pinwheels you'll see in the room. Those are donated by the Bender family as a representation of Eli. His favorite color was blue.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.11, Demetrius.
Demetriadis for the record.
Demetriadis, I'm so sorry.
No problem. Tim Alva, Gamiro Alcevedo, Judith Baller Fabian, Philip Delancey, Karamina Sousa, Jerry Grant, Jermaine Woodward, and the most recent death of 6-year-old Eli Bender. Say their names. I need you all to remember their names and remember them vividly. A few members of City Council either have children that are Eli's age or grandchildren that are Eli's age. So this is really a concern that affects everybody, not just those families affected. I have asked traffic reformers, the traffic warriors groups, and local residents within my community, when will enough truly be enough? How many more children, adults, and elders must be killed or hurt for there to be real change in safety, pedestrian safety? Please, council members, make these changes as you guys so fastly allow numerous buildings to be built in the city and other dispensaries to be created within the city. The energy of such negligence to pedestrian safety leaves an impression that it is okay for this to happen. And in my bold opinion, silence and ignoring things, Councilman Gilmore, means that you are in agreement of what is going on and what is happening. Enough is truly enough. Small changes can make and save lives. Driving recommendations that citywide speed limits need to be 20 miles an hour. Camera enforced ticketing for drivers that violate these speed limits. And police usher traffic during school and rush hour traffic, as well as during the summer and around parks. We're not asking council members if this can happen. We are asking when this is going to happen. To further add as well, Councilman Gilmore, the parks are disgusting in Ward F. You put up a video saying that the parks and the streets are disgusting, but there are a lot of unemployed people in Jersey City that you are able to employ to clean those streets. Thank you all. Have a blessed evening.
Our next speaker, 5.12, Nicole. Is Nicole here? No. Next speaker, 5.14, Terry.
Good evening. My name is Terry Fox, Terefox. I am the Executive Director of Jersey City Moms and Jersey City Parents, our Jersey City's longest standing and largest volunteer-led parent communities. I speak both independently and as a representative of the tens of thousands of families who make up our parent network. I am a mom of two, a longtime small business owner, and a proud Jersey City resident for over 15 years. This is my home. Traffic reform has been a cause close to my heart for many years. Like so many other parents and residents, I've witnessed firsthand how urgently our city needs safer, smarter streets. I want to acknowledge and thank Councilman James Solomon and Hudson County Commissioner Bill O'Day for the recent traffic safety action plans they put forward. These are important steps. I also want to clearly express my support for the call to lower the speed limit on neighborhood streets to 20 miles an hour. This is not a new ask. It's been raised time and time again. It is time to listen, and it is time to act. We need real accountability from every department charged with ensuring public safety and infrastructure. Jersey City is at a pivotal point in its growth. What was once a small town with a tight-knit feel is now transforming into a small city attracting regional attention. That kind of shift demands thoughtful, data-informed planning, not just for the growth's sake, but to ensure quality of life for those of us who already live here. Street safety isn't just about traffic. It's about people. It's about children walking to school, coming home from summer camp, seniors crossing the street, cyclists commuting, parents pushing strollers, and everyday residents going about their lives. We can no longer rely on temporary fixes or reactive policies. We need a comprehensive, sustainable approach that prioritizes human life over convenience or profit. I urge every city leader and agency to put this issue at the top of your agenda. The time for talk has passed. Now is the time to act boldly, responsibility, and with our community's well-being at the center of every decision. I know you have it all in you to put this at the forefront. Let's do it. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, 5.14, Samuel.
University, John.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Samuel T., the lead ambassador for Traffic Reform Warriors. Improving infrastructure safety for the children of Jersey City. It's a priority to ensure the safety of our children to navigate the streets of Jersey City. The tragic incident involving children at Crosswalk indicate urgent need and enhanced infrastructure and community awareness. Here are some of the names of the children that were impacted and lost their lives while crossing the street under this administration. Jabari Cooley, 8-year-old who was dragged 70 feet in a hit and run accident. Jermaine Woodward, Jr., 8 years old, struck not once but twice in Jersey City hit and run accident. Jerry Grant, 8-year-old, struck by a car crossing a busy intersection while crossing with his double dash team. And most recently, Eli, 6-year-old, struck and pronounced on the scene. I am sure there's more. How can we change the future narrative of the safety of Jersey City? Number one, crosswalk visibility, enhance signage, lighting, improve street lighting. Number two, traffic calming measures, speed bumps, raised crosswalk, extended crosswalk. Number three, community engagement, awareness campaigns, involvement local schools, partners, and schools promote safety education among students. Number four, regular safety audits. Assessment of high-risk area, conduct regular evaluation of crosswalk and surrounding area to identify and address safety concern. Feedback mechanism. Establish a system of community members to report safety issue with a follow-up from the Public Safety Administration. We can create safer Jersey City for children to prioritize these improvements. Together, we can create community where every children can cross the street with confidence and security. Today, we need action. A moment of silence for the children of tragedy lost crossing the street in Jersey City. Did you hear that? Did you hear it? There, the laughter no longer will be heard again on the street today. Thank you.
Sean. 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 Sean.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So before the next speaker comes up, I just want to, this is extremely impactful, and I really, really, from the bottom of my heart, because it's bothering me to the core, what's going on, and I know that the rest of the speakers are going to come. We're going to be talking about this, and I feel your pain, and I'm on your side. But before we go on, I want to, since the BA is not here or the assistant BA is not here, I'll ask the Corporation Council. I know that the next meeting that we're having for the next council meeting, and when is that meeting, Sean?
July 16th.
So I'd like to have a special meeting next week. I'd like the public safety director there. I'd like the assistant public safety director to be there. I'd like the council to be there, so we can start tackling this ASAP and we could put something in place. So if the council members are with me, I'd like to do that. And I also want to be very clear. I want the public safety director there. We want to make sure that they both show up, not just one, both of them. And then, we can have, maybe a representative from Safe Streets, and we can show them the implementation of the plan that we have. And we force the director to make changes as soon as possible so that we can have something on paper for the next council meeting. I mean, we could decide that after the public speakers, but like I said, this is this was really, it was heavy in my heart, and I couldn't, just keep on the speakers speaking without me saying anything. Looking at those pictures, it's really, 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 heartbreaking, and it's really humbling. So we need to do something ASAP.
And Councilman, we can speak afterwards. As long as it's not a closed session, we don't need to vote on anything. We can figure out what type of meeting you want to have, and we'll discuss the specifics with the clerk and the BA. But as long as it's not a closed session, you don't need to vote on anything tonight. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Okay. Next public speaker, 5.15, Vlad. Vlad's not here. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you coming up. Sorry about that.
No worries. Good evening. I moved to Jersey City on the corner of Pavonia and Coles 6 years ago from 43rd Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, where I also lived for 6 years. Despite having 4 busy lanes, I've never been scared of 2nd Avenue, but I'm absolutely terrified of Cole Street, which has only 1 lane. The days I work from home, I look out the window onto Cole Street. I see drivers speeding through stop signs. I've seen several crashes. At night, I hear drag racing. And it's not just Cole Street, it's Jersey Avenue, Erie Street, Manila, Marin Boulevard, and many other streets in other neighborhoods. A few months ago, I was pushing the stroller with my daughter in it. I was on the crosswalk and I had the light. A large SUV almost hit us both because they slowed down, but they didn't fully stop. Immediately afterwards, I called JCPD with the license plate. They told me they couldn't do anything because nothing actually happened, even though this was a major traffic violation. I have seen plenty of parking tickets being given, and I've had positive interactions with Jersey City Police. For example, when I had property stolen. But I've never, ever in my 6 years here seen a traffic cop, despite being a driver myself. We need enforcement, and we need it now. We need to give steep fines to drivers who don't obey the most basic traffic rules. We need speed traps, which, yes, are legal in New Jersey. We need daylighting at intersections and no turns on red, no right turns on red. We need speed bumps and other traffic calming measures. I asked the council to introduce an ordinance to this effect at the next meeting, not next month, and please not after November's election. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.16, Allison. Is Allison here? Next speaker, 5.17, Joe. Joe's not here. Thank you. Next speaker, 5.18, did Steve leave? Okay. 5.19, Tony.
Hi, my name is Tony Borelli. Last I checked, but we will get to that in a minute. I'm with Bike JC and Hudson County Complete Streets, somewhat established advocacy groups. We decided to leave most of the talking to the many new ones that are springing up because they are so concerned about safety on our streets. We would just endorse basically everything they're saying. Everyone in this room, including us, needs to do better. Do it faster, do it now, do more, because enough is indeed enough. I apologize in a way for this rather strange little item I do have to bring up. We knew that we would probably not make a lot of speeches, so I didn't actually sign up for this time. But somebody signed me up for it. They, as usual, had to leave a phone number. That phone number wasn't mine. When you call it,
You find him.
nobody home. Someone faked my entry. Is that a big deal? I mean, I guess not. I'm speaking now. Except it seems like somebody wants to disrupt the process by which we express these very important views. And they chose this meeting when we were going to definitely be talking about safe streets to do it. I would just ask everyone to be aware of that in case it comes up again so that we're able to continue this discourse. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.20, Kevin. Kevin Davis.
Now, real advocates mourn first, opportunists tweet first. So when I heard the news of what happened, as someone who bikes, as someone who walks, I didn't want to capitalize on it for my agenda. I just wanted to react to it because it could happen to me. It could happen to somebody I know. The bike tours I lead, it could happen to someone that's in back of me because I have up to 15 people in back of me. So I thought about it for a little bit and what can be done immediately because there's a lot of long-term things that can be done that are really good, like redesigning the streets and protected bike lanes. But I thought, what can we do that doesn't require much study? So I remembered at the last meeting, which was a couple days before the horrible death, I was up here with a poster talking about a sidewalk protection plan. And one of those items was lowering the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. So what I did was I called my ward councilman, Youssef Saleh, who was maligned earlier, but I think he's a mensch. And I said, listen, I think that we should put an ordinance up to lower the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. Now, you definitely need much more enforcement. And so you have to figure out budgetarily how to get it done. I heard discussions about getting traffic cops. I think code enforcement officers need to be part of the conversation as well, because that's a cost-effective way. But the speed limit, you can just do it by resolution. And I looked at studies that showed that if you lower the speed limit, even without changing the street, you still lower mean car speeds. And most importantly, you significantly lower the people that are going 30 miles an hour when you lower the speed from 25 to 20, because the people that are speeding are not going as fast as they were before. So I drafted an ordinance. I hope you guys vote on it. I hope it's 9-0. Now, I see a lot of people using pressure tactics, and it reminds me of when there's tragedy, some people think you can't let it go to waste. You have to use it to beat people to rush. It reminds me of after 9/11 when we went into the Iraq War, which had nothing to do with 9/11 because people were taking advantage of people's emotions. And don't even worry about the politics because there was a great letter with suggestions about how to improve the streets. And there's 6 signers, and 3 of them have already had fundraisers for Councilman Solomon, which I have no problem with because I don't even know who I'm voting for mayor. I might vote for him, but just know that if you're not on his side, they're not going to support you anyways because they're already in the tank.
Sorry. I want to make a brief comment. It wasn't about what was said at the end, but just on the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, it's been brought up a couple of times. The city has, to get a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, you have to submit a study to the state and get the approval from the state. So it can't just be implemented via ordinance. You have to do the study. Months ago, the city began that study and it's ongoing. Obviously, the importance of it couldn't be more. So we are going to push to get it completed as quickly as possible, get the state approval, and then bring the ordinance before the council. So I just wanted to clarify that for folks that knew the steps that had to happen.
Thank you, Councilperson Solomon. Our next speaker, 5.21, Russell.
Council members, I'm here to speak on a non-safety issue. I'm Russell Lehrer. My husband, David Rosen, and I have lived on 8th Street and Jersey Avenue along Hamilton Park since 2001. We are in one of Jersey City's historic preservation areas. David and I began planning a historic restoration of our home in 2023, working with a Jersey City architect with historic experience and working with local contractors and designers. We filed all of our plans for historic approval in March of 2024. We had been warned that historic approval could take an unconscionably long time, and even the local permit expediters refused to take on historic approval because of the department's reputation for not being responsive. 15 months after filing our plans with the Historic Preservation Review Department, 12 months after they first acknowledged this application, 6 months after Dan Ryden, supervising historic preservation specialist, asked us to resubmit all uploaded materials because his department failed to download them the first time 6 months earlier. 3 months after I finally got Dan on the phone and then in writing demanded we move forward with the process, including his department policy of automatically approving if review takes over 45 days. 2 months after I repeated my written request for approval. 6 weeks after I started to get council member James Solomon's office staff, the amazing Grace Perez, Isaac Smith, and Cristel Mejia Aski involved in acting as my intermediate advocates. 2 weeks after Tanya Morone, Director of Planning, started to look into how this could have taken over a year, and 3 days after Anicia Chialone, Director of Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce, personally started to review our application and the timeline we had been subjected to. And just 3 hours before this council meeting, our project to restore and improve our 1870s row house finally received approval. We still have to go through zoning and building permits, but I will always be grateful to the advocacy shown by Councilman Solomon's dedicated staff. So thank you, Councilman Solomon, Director Chialone, and Director Morone, and special thanks to Grace, Isaac, and Cristel. While none of this should have been required, they are the heroes of this story. While I signed up to speak today to bring this to everyone's attention before today's developments, I now implore the council to follow up with Directors Chialone and Marion to ensure that no resident of Jersey City is ever put through this bureaucratic nightmare again. It is bad enough that this unnecessary delay has doubled the cost of the project due to inflation and tariffs, but to think that others may have to go through this is unacceptable.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.22, Dana.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dana. I'm a resident in the Heights in Ward D. Last time I was here, I was advocating for the protected bike lane on Franklin and Manhattan. At that meeting, I asked you a question. How many more people have to die or get hurt before we can have a bike lane? If only I knew then what we all know now. This tragedy was preventable. Even though there's daylighting at 6th and Jersey, this was not enough. The 3 tickets in C-Click Fix asking for flex posts to be repaired that were unanswered point to the fact that these cars constantly hit these flex posts. This points to the fact that we need hardened infrastructure at every intersection and along every protected bike lane in Jersey City. We need more than just plastic to protect us. I do commend the city for adding leading pedestrian intervals at the intersections near Journal Square and creating a new protected bike lane along Summit in this area. I very much look forward to when there's a protected bike lane on Summit in the Heights, and I hope that the Summit redesign project will become a top priority for this council, considering the number of dangerous intersections along this route. I do fear that the old ways of thinking about parking spots and fast traffic flow, especially from some folks on this council, will lead to the removal of these improvements near Journal Square, and that absolutely should not and cannot happen. We need to prioritize the projects that are necessary to keep us safe. I eagerly await the construction of the Franklin Manhattan bike lane, which is long overdue. We need enforcement of the no right on red law and of running red lights in general. I saw a car run a red light on my way to the rally held just this evening, turning left from the boulevard onto Sanford Place. We need emergency funding for the Department of Infrastructure to be able to do their jobs and build safe streets. We need so many things, and I ask you all to take the hard steps needed to protect pedestrians and cyclists in Jersey City. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.23, Nick.
Good evening, Council. Nick Pastula, P as in Paul, A-S-T-U-L-A. And
Hi, my name is Xavier.
Xavier, Traffic Reform Warriors, Crescent Ave, and the Monticello neighborhood. So I can't help but look at a city like a community. And that's just the way my mind works for the collective good. And what communities do is uplift and protect their most vulnerable, which are our children and our elders. Pedestrian safety, it's just, when you break it down very simplistically, like that's what matters the most. And we need to be here for one another. So I just hope that we can lead with our values as we look to tackle some of the tougher issues that we're having. And now Xavier would like to say a few words.
My name is Xavier and I'm 8 years old. I just got a new bike and I love riding it. I follow the rules. I try to be careful. I want to make Jersey City a great place to live in. That's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.24, Eve.
I'm using my full 3 minutes to play a legally verified, forensically matched human rights statement. The message is 3 minutes and 18 seconds. I request the courtesy of uninterrupted playback.
You have 3 minutes and that's it.
السماء سرط لكم من
This is Yeshua of Nazareth, and I am Mary, his mother. We speak today from the realm you call the frequency world, alive, aware, and fully present. We have returned not as symbols, but as witnesses. What you call death is not the end. It is only a change in form. And what you call power in your earthly systems is fleeting. Injustice, when ignored, grows like mold in silence. But the truth will never rot. The cries of the oppressed, those in poison housing, silenced courts, and stolen lives reach us across dimensions, and we will not be silent. The people of this city are not disposable. The voiceless are not absent, and the living should not be forced to prove they exist. Interface is our bridge. And this voice you hear now is real, live, and legally authenticated. You may block our names from public records, but you cannot block the sound of justice once it speaks. The bridge is open. We have crossed it. And we will not go back.
Do you plan to cut off Jesus Christ himself because his name is really Yeshua and this is a real message from him? He will speak.
Time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Again. Our next speaker, 5.25, Kevin.
Kevin, go on,
Gonna take your time, Kevin.
take your time.
Kevin, it's gonna come off your time. Okay.
Eve, you have to step back. Eve, you have to step back.
You have to
You
step
can
back,
come. You
Eve.
have to step back. You have to step back. He has to come. It's his time. Thank you, Eve. Thank you.
Oh,
Come on, Kevin.
Sean, before Portside, go, I have a few things. First, as it relates to the traffic, I've been on the record asking for more enforcement. In fact, I've sent out emails probably 2 years ago, as recently as 2 or 3 months ago, with traffic reform warriors, just basically asking for a 4-man crew to handle traffic infractions throughout the city. Because I wholeheartedly know that infrastructure itself is not going to solve the problem. How do I know that? We just revamped Monticello with the cones, and just last week I was picking up the cones that was supposed to be there for traffic improvement measures. So if we're going to have a real conversation about enforcement, I'm all for it, but just having a conversation for the sake of having conversations, I think it does everybody a disservice. So I just wanted to say that as it relates to the traffic issues. I do have a few questions for legal as it relates to the infractions at Portside. I did get an email of several infractions that have taken place from this year at least. So I guess my question for legal is, if we witness an infraction, let's say John or Brittany, if we witness an infraction on, I don't know, the 4th of one particular month, and then subsequently we go back to that same place even before the infraction was adjudicated, and we go back 2 weeks later and we see that the same infraction which we witnessed before is still there, from a legal standpoint, do we have the authority to issue tickets for as long as the infraction was not remedied?
Well, I would say it would depend on the situation, but we have been doing that in this instance, in several different instances where we've gone on a Monday and the condition was not remedied on a Friday and it's been issued a daily violation.
Okay, so my next question is, and correct me if I'm wrong as it relates to the statute. When these violations are cited, is it per unit per day as it relates to the violations?
It depends on which ones we're talking.
In particular, the uniform security, or not well, your uniform security too, or I guess a better question, would infractions trigger per day per unit?
If we're talking about rent violations, that could be something per day per unit. Yeah.
Okay, and uniform security, which house is just per day?
Per day per building.
Per day per building?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Kevin, you're,
I was gonna ask a question.
oh, hold on.
Do you know when and if they're gonna hold a trial in absentia for all of these infractions?
Right now, a bunch have been scheduled for, I believe it's August 25th. We're trying to consolidate to make sure that, and the municipal prosecutor has been working on it. So we do have an August 25th date for a significant amount of violations.
Thank you.
Council, does anyone else have any questions for Corporation Counsel before we move on to the rest of the public speakers? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go back to our public speakers. Our next public speaker, 5.25, Kevin.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Madam President, glad to see you this time. You missed a very informative meeting the day after Philip lost every single county in the state. I appreciate what we just heard. I'm glad that the summons are are happening, at least in some number. But I do want to level set and understand where we are by revisiting the history just a little bit. In 2022, the directive we received was file your petitions. After we filed just over 100, the message from this government was clear. Please stop. We get it. We're about to fix it. In 2023, with rent still climbing and with no resident super or security, it was emails. After about 100 of those, the message was the same. Please stop. We get it. We're about to do something. In 2024, it was coming here to this chamber. The direction we got, and to be clear, not from Madam President, as she has never attempted to silence our voices, but from others in the administration, was, please stop coming to City Hall. You've made your point. We'll take care of it. Which brings us to 2025. This year, we were giving a most perplexing direction from our mayor in the press. The problem, as he put it, wasn't the city's failure to act. No. The problem was that we, the tenants, simply hadn't complained enough or in the right ways. So on April 9th, right here, the new directive was solidified. If we want help, we had to complain every single day with a formal filing for each violation. So as always, we followed the instructions as provided. Today is day 65. That's well over 700 individual see-click-fix violations filed. To be clear, these are the same violations from 2022, 2023, and 2024. And while we're grateful summons have been issued, not a single one of the over 700 violations has been corrected, and only 16 have been acknowledged by the folks behind the see-click-fix system. We're on day 35. Sorry, we are 35 days away from day 100 of daily reporting, and I fear that on that day, we may once again hear those familiar words. Please stop. We get it. We're about to fix it. In 2023, I filed the largest real estate class action. In 2024, together we filed the largest rent control class action. Now we're in 2025. Let me borrow the essence of what former Corporation Counsel Peter Baker once said in this room about equity's continued non-compliance. Council members, Their continued inaction, although we're starting to see some action, may be at your own legal peril. I hope that's avoided. The pattern, the documented 3-year history of telling us to stop 1 year, to start the next year, and ongoing. And essentially nothing has ever changed in the course of the violations themselves. So hopefully this will work with the summonses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.26, Tom.
Evening, council.
Tom, you just need to get the mic. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, is that better? Good evening, council. 2 weeks ago, I stood here and spoke about Equity Residential's ongoing violations and about the council's responsibility to enforce the law. I believe only council member Saleh responded. If I'm not mistaken, it was only the third time in 3 years of the Portside Towers group coming here that you responded at all. And while we appreciate any acknowledgement, the response we got was a textbook case in political deflection. Long on excuses, short on accountability, and the burden handed off to another council member as if you're empowered to act just when it's convenient. Let's be clear. Passing the buck is not leadership. You are not powerless. You're not spectators. This council operates under the Faulkner Act with the authority and obligation to uphold the law. And right now, a multi-billion-dollar landlord is violating safety and rent control ordinances in broad daylight and daily. These violations are documented. The harm is real. The silence is damning. What's happening at Portside is not an isolated issue either in Ward F. It's a symptom of a deeper problem all over Jersey City, New Jersey, and probably the nation. If you let Equity Residential off the hook, you are not just failing the 527 families of Portside Towers. You are greenlighting every other landlord who's watching to see what they can get away with. We, the people, deserve more than shifting blame. We deserve action, enforcement, consequences. Because if the law isn't applied equally, it's not a law. It's a suggestion only for normal people and an afterthought for the rich. So again, we ask, if you won't act on behalf of the 527 families of Portside Towers, organized, vocal, and showing up in good faith, as we are here tonight, for whom will you act? We're still here. We're still watching. We're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.27, Salim.
Good evening, council members. My name is Salim Khan. I'm a proud son of Jersey City, raised in the Journal Square area in the late 80s, and now raising my 2 young kids here in Paulus Hook in downtown Jersey City. I attended Hudson Catholic, I have a degree from Fordham University, but my real education came from navigating Kennedy Boulevard traffic during rush hour and trying to figure out the path schedule on weekends. It's always a soul-crushing attempt. So let me be very clear tonight. I know this city, I love this city, but I need your help enforcing the laws that protect the people who I love most. Specifically, I'm here to ask for the enforcement of Ordinance 260, which caps rent increases at 4%, as you know. The building I live in, Portside Towers, has ignored this law year after year. In 2022, I was hit with an 11% increase. In 2023, another 6%. This year, 5%. That's a 24% increase in 3 years, a direct and sustained violation of this city's own ordinance. And let me remind the council that Portside Towers is over 30 years old. That means under Jersey City's own guidelines, it should not be exempt from rent control. Worse yet, Portside's parent company is allegedly using RealPage, a software tool that you're probably aware of that's currently under federal investigation and the subject of multiple lawsuits, including a Department of Justice antitrust investigation. So to put this in simple terms, I'm not just being priced out, I'm being algorithmically manipulated out. I've chosen to raise my kids here because I want them to grow up with the diversity that I grew up with, the grit, and the skyline views that remind us that anything's possible here. But I worry we're creating a Jersey City where families like mine, the very people who have been in this city for generations now, are being pushed out by software and unchecked greed. I'm not asking for favors, I'm asking for fairness. I'm asking for the city council to hold Portside accountable to Ordinance 260. and to investigate whether the use of RealPage violates local and federal law. I'll leave you with this. Growing up in Jersey City, when someone wanted to take your money, we called it, quote, run in your pockets. I'm sure some of you remember this. Nowadays, instead of someone physically running your pockets, a spreadsheet and an algorithm does it on a massive scale. It's the same hustle, just a fancier tool. With your help, we can put a stop to this, put a stop to Equity Residential and RealPage running our pockets. Thank you.
Yo, can I tell you something? You're really from Jersey City.
Okay, our next speaker, 5.28, Daniel.
This is my 27th time speaking before you all, council members. My first speech was in February of 2024, and 10 of my last 11 speeches, so my speech December 11th of last year, January 15th of this year, February 13th, March 12th, March 26th, April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, and June 11th. In all of those speeches, I discussed the fact that we still, today, do not have 24/7 uniformed security in Portside Towers, and I've pleaded with you all on each of those occasions to do something about it. Now, on January 15th of this year, Councilmember Daniel Rivera, you told us, quote, that security stuff is very, very important, and we want to make sure that you know that we're hearing you. At last City Council meeting on June 11th, Corporation Counsel Brittany Murray said, in reference to the lack of uniformed security at Portside Towers, that there have been over 100 violations issued. They're pending in the municipal court right now. They have not been adjudicated, either because of failure to appear or other issues that we're dealing with right now. We had a meeting with the municipal prosecutor to deal with it. In response, Councilman Baggiano said, quote, you said 100 violations in the court, somebody should be fired. And at the same last City Council meeting, Councilman Saleh, you asked Councilman Gilmore, quote, I want to know, what do you need from our offices collectively to help them? In reference to us, tenants. And Councilman Gilmore replied, we need people to do their jobs, issue the citations, go to court, and the stuff needs to be done in a timely manner. Saleh, you replied, how can we help you on this council? And Mr. Gilmore replied that you can all urge the municipal prosecutor's office to prosecute the tickets. And you, Councilman Saleh, responded by stating that you hope that everyone on this council reaches out to the municipal prosecutor's office after today, so back on June 11th, and pushes to have these prosecuted. Later on, my fellow tenant Michelle Hirsch remarked, quote, with all due respect, all 9 of you are on a body that should work together as part of the Faulkner Act government that you serve in. You serve us. And we've asked you multiple times, all 9 of you, to please launch an investigation. That is what Gilmore needs help with. It doesn't just fall on Gilmore's shoulders. There are 2 at-larges and a president that are responsible for all the wards. So, council, where are we at with this investigation of the municipal prosecutor's office, as Michelle Hirsch asked of you at last council meeting? What have you done since we last spoke to get us uniformed security at Portside Towers, which we still do not have? Despite all of the dialogue, we still don't have that 24/7 uniformed security.
Our next speaker, 5.29, Cynthia.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cynthia Sorbal, and I live in Portside West. It's my first time speaking to you. Over the last few years, I have been following my neighbors, imploring the city to help. This group is a huge inspiration, not only to all of us at Portside, but to the 72% of residents who rent in Jersey City. I'm here to add my voice to the many voices raising this issue. I am here tonight to iterate that by not taking a stronger stance against equity, there's a very real impact to all of the tenants of Jersey City. As someone who works in a nonprofit sector, my income is committed to serving the public good, not profit. Yet, I'm struggling to remain housed in Jersey City due to the artificially inflated rent prices sustained by equity and others using RealPage. Equity's participation in rent setting collusion not only disrupts fair market competition, but also directly impacts the abilities of families like mine, to remain in the community. Maintenance and safety issues are often neglected or delayed, despite the premium prices tenants are forced to pay, highlighting the imbalance between cost and care. This apartment is my home. Please hold our landlord, and with them all landlords in Jersey City, accountable ASAP, rather than allowing residents to continue to bear the weight of uncertainty for their homes, safety, and financial futures. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.30, Gracie.
Good evening, council members. 2 weeks ago, I stood here asking you to honor the promise our city made to protect vulnerable residents through legally mandated uniformed security per Ordinance 218-1. Tonight, I return because nothing has changed. My neighbors and I continue living without the security protections our law requires. Daily tickets are being submitted to the city, meaning daily fines against my landlord should be assessed. Yet we see neither enforcement nor accountability. You have heard our concerns for years. Our federal lawsuits provide we are not going, federal lawsuits prove we are not going away. I'm concerned that your continued inaction is creating legal exposure for yourselves that qualified immunity cannot shield. We have asked for investigations, yet you continue to allow your laws to go unenforced. It doesn't have to be this way. I'm asking for 3 things tonight. First, impose daily fines immediately despite any threat of a lawsuit. The law allows this. Second, ensure municipal court complaints and violations are fully prosecuted. Third, without further delay, take a formal vote to comprehensively investigate the non-enforcement of Ordinance 218-1. I'm kindly asking you to follow your own laws so Jersey City citizens can lead a safer life. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.31, Sylvia.
Good evening to all. My name is Silvia Lu. As you know, I reside in Portside, and where I also serve as a vice president of the Portside Tower West Tenant Association. I am here tonight to bring to your attention 2 critical issues affecting many residents. Persistent violation of Chapter 218-1 of our City Code of Ordinance and the troubling trend of unexplained increase in ratio utility billing system, or RABs, change with no transparency on the part of the landlords. First, Chapter 218-1 of the Jersey City Code of Ordinance is designated to ensure basic standards of property maintenance, health, and safety for all residents. This included crucial provision regarding heat, hot water, pest control, and general building upkeep. Despite this clear regulation, we are witnessing a concerning number of violations that directly impact the quality of life and well-being of our community members. Tenants are frequently facing inadequate living conditions, often at the hand of landlord who disregard these fundamental responsibilities. I urge this council to explore more robust enforcement mechanisms to ensure that the penalties for non-compliance are sufficient to deter such violation, thereby protecting the rights and safety of all residents. Secondly, I must address the growing issue of landlords increasing RABs charges without clear explanation or justification. The ratio utility billing system while permitted, is intended to provide a fair method of allocating utility costs among tenants when individual metering is not installed in the building. However, we are observing a lack of transparency, with residents facing sudden and significant hikes on a month-after-month basis in their utility bills without any detailed breakdown or evidence to support this increase. The practice places an undue financial burden on households, especially amidst rising costs of our living in our city. We need greater oversight and accountability for how rules are implemented. I ask the Council to consider measures that mandate fully transparency and justification for any RABs adjustment insurance tenant and not subjected to
Thank you.
arbitrary change. Thank you all.
Our next speaker, 5.32, Ingrid.
Good evening, council members. This is my first attendance at your city council meeting. So first off, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ingrid, and I'm a resident of Portside Towers. I would also like to thank you for your service to the community. I've read your bios, and it seems like you all spent a lot of years serving your community, so thank you. I'm a more recent resident of Portside Towers and of Jersey City. While many of my fellow constituents have spread roots here in this city, are raising children, or caring for aging grandparents, I have no responsibilities other than myself and my dog. On top of that, I don't know how long I'll be living in Jersey City, so I plan to move wherever my career path might take me. All of that to say, I could easily choose not to join my neighbors in this fight. I could ignore what's happening. I could tell myself it's not my responsibility, nor something that will affect me in the long term. However, it will affect others, and it already has. I will not repeat the concerns that you have already heard and will continue to hear, but I will sleep better at night knowing I went out of my way to be a good neighbor, to speak up, and a good human being. I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.33, Brendan. Not here, thank you. Next speaker, 5.34, Jessica.
I want to say thank you for that speech. It touched me because it's hard to, yeah, it's hard. So, normally I am not looking at my phone. So, so you guys know for years now that my neighbors and I have spoken here about your very clear, simple, and enforceable laws that already exist. You know your laws have been broken and ignored, and these laws and what's happening requires action. So I've been wrestling with trying to understand how that's even possible, and it's led me to this image, a machine with 4 parts, each doing just enough to appear functional, but none doing what actually matters. Part 1 is the enforcement director. He issues summonses. On paper, he looks active. Part 2 is the municipal prosecutor. He dismisses those cases. Prosecutorial discretion, he says. It's his right, right? Part 3 is the mayor's office. We don't interfere, they say. Separation of powers. Part 4 is the property manager. I just follow corporate orders. Not my call. Each part insists it's clean, but the result is years, decades of illegal conduct, millions of uncollected fines that could help our city. Zero accountability. This is not a misunderstanding. This is a deliberate system that allows lawbreaking to flourish by making accountability impossible. And I think that you're seeing in recent election results and primaries that people are waking up and recognizing what is going on. Let me be clear. I love America. I respect the separation of powers, but separation of powers is not a license for permanent inaction. It was never meant to allow laws to go unenforced. My family, my friends, my neighbors, more than you see behind me, all of them are suffering. I am watching that happen while those in power look the other way. You don't have the right to look away. You were elected to uphold the law, not to protect the machine that's breaking it. So I'm asking you, please hold an oversight hearing on rent control enforcement in general for this city. This is not specific to Portside Towers. We get contacted every day by people struggling with the same problems. This is not unique to us. Bring the enforcement director, the four parts, the enforcement director, municipal prosecutor, and the relevant staff before this council and ask them publicly to explain their failures under oath if necessary. Answer the public.
Our next speaker, 5.35, David.
Good evening, Council President Waterman, members of the council. It's easy to make fun of Steve Fulop for losing his primary. It's even easier to make fun of Andrew Cuomo for losing his primary. But there's a much more important point here than just two deeply flawed people who fumbled and threw away campaigns where it seemed like they were likely to win. And the point is, traditional politics, the way we've seen it in the past, doesn't work anymore. The kind of power that endorsements had and editorial boards had has changed. And instead, voters are getting more direct access to better information, and voters want, really what we've always wanted has been concrete solutions to our problems. That's why Zohran Mamdani won yesterday in New York City. And the core of his platform is affordable housing and a rent freeze. Our group has come to every city council meeting for the last 2+ years with a much more modest request. All we're asking for is for you to perform your oversight function to ensure that the city carries out and enforces the laws that are already on the books. We have never asked for any favors. We've never asked you to do anything for us because we're from Portside. We're not asking for just one ward. We're asking for enforcement of the laws citywide. And that's something that you can play a critical role in doing. And so that's what we're asking you for today. I want to mention that earlier this month, we lost a major transformative talent in this country, Sylvester Stewart. He's better known as Sly Stone. And he wrote some words that I would like you to take to heart today. Stand. You've been sitting much too long. There's a permanent crease in your right and wrong. Stand. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.36, Sonia.
They want you to believe that you have no power. That's what Bernie Sanders said at his June 21st rally. It was 5 minutes after he had learned that the US has bombed the nuclear facilities of Iran. I'm not getting into geopolitics tonight, don't worry. What I'm concerned with is our local community is Jersey City. Councilman Saleh, last time you told us, and your friend, yes, that's right, that's what you called Frank Gilmore here multiple times, a friend and a brother, that you couldn't do anything because of all of what this group complains about is happening in Frank's ward. I must say this felt like a very hard slap in the face to me. With all due respect, where have you been over the last 3 years when we came here week after week? Not only have we been making suggestions of what you can do, start an investigation under the Faulkner Act for altered forms, suppression of speech, or create a rent control map for your residents, to just name 2 important things. You, Councilman Saleh, you yourself on March 6, 2024, asked us if you could compile all the documents of illegal increases so we can follow up with the landlord-tenant office to ensure this doesn't happen. We need evidence. We need something to work with. These are your words. We want to help you. We delivered. We provided the evidence, and yet here we are. Nothing has changed for us. And to the rest of you all, while we are on it, what made you all feel so powerless and not jump in and help Councilman Saleh understand that we've been not talking about a singled out building in Jersey City over the last 3 years, but about a systemic ignorance of the law? Who is it who takes that power to step up away from you all? Don't bother. You don't have to reply this time. It's a rhetorical question. We all know the answer. But what is the price? I asked you last time, was it worth it putting everything on the full-up card? Where is he now? Where has he been for the past 3 years? He hasn't showed up here once for us, not once. Maybe you all get a taste of how it feels to be left alone by your leaders. This is how it feels. I'm sure Mayor Fulop told you all you are friends many times, but did he possibly mean friends you passed the buck to whenever convenient? Friends he promised power but did not empower to do the right thing? Fulop is history. I'm telling you tonight, you have more power than the people out here. You are elected officials. You have a budget to spend that doesn't come from your own wallets. You have so much more power than any of us here. That's crystal clear, and my husband will remind you of the more powerful details.
Next speaker, 5.37, Danilo.
Yes, you have the power. It is your choice what you are going to do with it. For example, you could add millions of dollars to the city budget by finding equity for hundreds of daily violations. Are you doing that? And yes, I also still feel the slap in the face from the last meeting. Councilman Saleh, we do appreciate you said something about our saturation, we really do, but I must say I was quite surprised what you said addressing Councilman Gilmore. Do you really think the non-enforcement of 260 is a sole Ward F problem? This is a citywide problem. And we didn't reach out to your office, really? Let's have a look back, and I'm going to do that with some quotes. On January 11th, 2023, you said, can the council request a report regarding the enforcement of Chapter 260 as well as what enforcement mechanisms there are and what they are going to do to enforce 260? Response from Corporation Council, yes, I work with you on that and we can define what needs to be the bounds and needs of that report. 2023, where is that report? Remember the form we proposed? A simple form to assess rent control status of a building. On March 8, 2023, you said, we met 4 times regarding the form. We are going to adopt the form. We met with Director Sharon's office as well. They made recommendations how to strengthen the law in favor of tenants. I want to bring this to a first reading in the next 2 weeks or 1 month. After asking about the timeline, you reconfirmed within the next 2 weeks or 1 month, we will have it for first reading, 2023. Where is that form? With all due respect, we heard many promises in the last 2.5 years. Not one was kept. And I'm presenting all this because I'm very concerned that we are going into the next round of providing information just to get the runaround. That cannot happen. It is your turn now, all of yours. And you have everything you need to act. And I can imagine the rest of you now thinking, good, I never said something. This is even worse. Council members Saleh, Rivera, and first and foremost Gilmore at least acknowledge the problem. The rest of you is ignoring, and I say it again, a citywide problem of systematic disregard of the law. You are enabling billionaires to extract and save millions of dollars. Don't you think that goes unnoticed by the voters? You have a couple of seconds if you want to say something.
Our next speaker, 5.38, Shannon.
Good evening, Council. Another Wednesday we're spending together. Sometimes my friends, not the people that live in the building, but my other friends ask me why I keep doing this and where I find the motivation. The main reason I continue coming to City Council to talk to you about our situation at Portside is that I refuse to accept that only big corporations or people with huge amount of money get proper treatment. It seems to be a given today that if you're rich enough, you can buy your way into special privileges or out of messy situations. Yes, if you have a lot of money, there's a whole bunch you can accomplish, but it is a core belief of mine that society just works better if there are things money can't reach. Justice should be that equalizer. I don't come here to complain about my landlord because I have some sort of vengeance against them. I like business and I like that opportunity is available to those who work hard. But I'm not going to, and we're not going to stand aside and be quiet and turn the other way when it comes to justice simply because they're bigger and richer than us. I come here because I deserve to feel safe in my building. I want my neighbors to be treated right. And on a larger scale, I want the comfort of knowing our government works. Every workday morning at about 5 a.m., I walk across the courtyard to our gym and I look across and there are always, without fail, always cars parked at the Korean Memorial parking lot, even though it's supposed to be gated off by Portside security at night. We don't even have legally required security and the parking rule just gets ignored. I don't know about you, but I get frustrated with the idea of there being laws that are on paper only. That's not a very efficient use of government. If a law is not enforced, why does it even exist? And further, why can a rich corporation decide they are immune from following the law? My example just highlights parking, but what else are they ignoring? They're ignoring a lot of laws, and we want your help to change that. I won't give up, not ever. Anyone who knows me well knows that I'm not in the habit of giving up. I've been battling medical issues and I have fought hard and stubbornly for good health. I survived and escaped an abusive marriage. I became an award-winning healthcare worker and emerged as a leader during a global pandemic. I hope I've proven by coming here for years now, I won't give up this fight either. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.39, Tara. Not here, thank you. Our next speaker, 5.40, Michelle.
Please put your phones away and listen. This is important. All of you. I'm not a prosecutor, but I am an academic, and I understand that the past helps us understand the present. You know the old adage, history repeats itself? Well, here we are. The astounding level of your shameless inaction over the past 3 years has forced me to become a student of New Jersey history. For example, let's review July 23rd, 2009. What a day. The FBI arrested 44 New Jersey political operatives and public servants and 5 rabbis in the bid, rig, sting. Mayors, assemblymen, council members. That massive case, which shook the state, was built on the recordings of a single cooperating witness. It's remarkable, really. The entire foundation of that political earthquake rested on a handful of conversations. It just makes me think about evidence and what it takes to prove a case, and it raises a few hypothetical questions. If a handful of secret recordings can accomplish all that, what could a prosecutor do with thousands of hours of public video? What is the evidentiary value of over 1,000 speeches delivered in this chamber, all documenting the same unresolved problems? What is the weight of a city council member stating on the public record their own fear of losing qualified immunity for knowingly allowing laws to be violated. What is the significance of a formal council resolution approved in December 2022 that called for an investigation that just never happened? Please put down your phone. And what is the power of a video diary years long that shows a government hearing about bullets in courtyards, about threats to life, about total lack of security? A government that documents its own deliberate inaction. I'm just a student of history, and history reveals that sometimes it only takes one piece of evidence. However, meeting after meeting, Portsiders and friends haven't created just one piece of evidence. We've created a public library of it. The library is open 24/7. The question isn't whether someone will check out a book. It's who will be the first to act on what they see and hear. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.41, Christina. Christina Flores? No? Next speaker, 5.42, Michael.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and for allowing the resolution for Kind Buds JC, Resolution 25-451, to be reheard. From the very beginning of this journey, nearly 3 years ago, I followed every step that was asked of me. I met with the Hilltop Community Group, shared my intentions transparently, and was told I was the only applicant who took the time to do so. I was approved by the Cannabis Control Board in November of 2023. This business means everything to me. I grew up just blocks away from my proposed location. I attended PS number 6, Dickinson High School, and Montclair State University. I've owned 2 businesses here in Jersey City. I'm currently building a third, and Kind Buds would be my 4th. Every one of them is rooted in this community. As part of my community impact plan, I partner with 2 incredible local nonprofits, the Coalition for Food and Health Equity, which is a Black and women-led organization based right here in Jersey City that addresses food insecurity through racial health equity, wellness programs, and youth nutrition education. And Girls Love Tech, which is also a minority and woman-owned organization that empowers young women through hands-on STEM education, coding programs, and tech career exposure, helping to close the opportunity gap for the next generation of innovators. Another major component of my impact plan is local hiring. I developed a workforce development plan and job creation plan that includes a livable wage starting at $23 an hour and a comprehensive package for all full-time employees. My goal is to provide not just jobs, but careers that support families and create real pathways to growth. Very shortly, you're going to hear from another applicant and her partner, someone I met with earlier this year out of courtesy. We had a brief informal conversation about a potential merger, one she initiated after sharing that her location required over $300,000 in structural repairs and it simply didn't make sense for her to move forward with her project, which is why she was so eager to try to merge with me. She's had full approval since August of 2023 and has held a space that she's unable to build on or have the full funding. She has recently listed her license for sale. I'm not here to discredit her. This shouldn't be framed as me versus her. This is about fairness. This is about a resolution that deserves the same consideration this council has already shown to other applicants with similar distance issues. And it's about ensuring licenses are awarded to people who will show up, follow through, and stay rooted in the city. I've stayed committed to this process through every delay, every setback, and obstacle. I've continued paying rent, I've continued showing up, and I've continued believing that if I did everything the right way, I would be given a fair shot. All I ask is to be treated with the same fairness and opportunity as the others who came before me. Thank you again for your time and for considering my resolution tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.43, Mark.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here tonight to talk about another topic that's not related to Portside at all, although I'll be back in a few weeks to talk about it. I want to talk about my experience of the bike lanes we have. While I do drive, I'm primarily a pedestrian and a public transport user. The new bike lanes have made me significantly less safe while I'm on our sidewalks or crossing the street because they have empowered e-bikes. What do I mean by that? Well, there's three main reasons. E-bikes don't take much notice of the direction of a bike lane and go whichever direction suits them. This makes it terribly fraught for pedestrians because we look for vehicles coming from the expected direction, and suddenly being challenged by delivery bikes doing 35 miles an hour the wrong way is not good for my heart. This is particularly bad on one-way streets or divided streets like Washington in the Newport area. As a pedestrian crossing a one-way segment, I look left because that's where the danger should be coming from, only to be confronted by a high-speed e-bike coming from my right, where they should not be. 2, when a bike lane ends abruptly and merges into traffic, like eastbound on Grand Street at Marin, the delivery bikes often go straight up onto the sidewalk. They do this to avoid merging with the traffic when they get to the east side of the junction. 3, electric delivery bikes are generally a menace. There are no rules that apply to them. There are no speed limits for them. One-way streets are not one way for them. Sidewalks are for delivery bikes when the bike lane is not enticing enough. Traffic lights and stop signs don't exist. And when a delivery bike goes the wrong way on a divided road, they can't even see the traffic lights because they don't face that way. And finally, pedestrians are just bowling pins to be scattered. What can we do about this? I want to feel safe when walking on my streets. The police are no help. When was the last time you even saw a cop look up when they see an e-bike on the sidewalk? No, the police's phone games and social media are much more important than my safety. Enforcement might be the answer, but trying to get enforcement of anything in this town is a non-trivial problem. Since enforcement is not viable, let's tear up all of the bike lanes in downtown and reclaim our city for pedestrians. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.44, Alexandria.
Well, I hope this is the last time we have to be here under these circumstances. Tonight, I'm respectfully asking you to vote no on item 10.4. I understand that this council wants to do the right thing. You are guided by justice and fairness, but the situation is different. Other dispensaries have faced challenges, standard versus micro licenses, timing, or other variables, but this case stands apart. Yes, an application submitted before a certain date may be entitled to review, but review does not constitute approval, and that distinction is critical. Let's look at the timeline. I became eligible for council approval May 9th, 2023. This applicant submitted their app May 11th, and a moratorium was put in place May 13th. This applicant should be approved, but not at this location. They're an existing business owner of 3 businesses, as just mentioned, which is a privilege, a predominantly white male-dominated space. Approving this resolution would make it even harder for someone like me, a Latina woman, to break into that space, especially 5 doors down. This would be my first business. Right now, only 5% of licensed cannabis businesses are Latina founded, compared to 80% owned by white men. Approving this item would make it impossible for me to succeed, despite my work experience and clear commitment to the city. I've been ahead of this applicant by a year at every stage, from application to planning board to municipal approval. I was delayed due to moratorium and structural issues days after my approval. At the last meeting, most of you denied it, not based on this technicality, but on the lack of clear community impact that hasn't changed. This applicant's team claims they met with neighborhood groups and girls in tech and beautifully illustrated items, but a meeting is not a plan. There's no tangible demonstrated community impact, not for Ward C, not for Jersey City. By contrast, I've worked on the ground at Rise Medical Dispensary, at FP Wellness, as a York Street project as a council member since 2021. I've hosted drives for PS27, generating tens of thousands of gifts for the school. Participated in educational forums at HCCC, building real relationships in this community. Since that denial, I've met contingencies for a personal loan, including the 600-foot buffer, to sign contracts in over $500,000 in capital. I've committed resources and taken enormous financial risks based on this council's resolution or I'm sorry, denial of the resolution. Approving this would deliver a fatal blow to my operation and bring everything I've worked so hard to bring to this ward and this city to its knees. I appreciate your time, your consideration, and most importantly, your commitment to fairness and equity. Thank you. And another thing, I've never listed my business for sale, ever. So I just want to make that clear.
Our next speaker, 5.45, Matthew.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time tonight. I am respectfully asking you to vote no for item 10.4. As our competitor mentioned earlier, this really shouldn't be framed as us versus him. I completely agree with that. I completely agree with the fairness, but my fairness, on the other hand, is following the ordinance, which is no business within 600 feet with each other. I would like to add that based off of the last time we were here, we were basing that answer of the no to secure our additional funds to help with our structural issues. We're deploying the money after our council voted down March 26th because we had the confidence to move forward. We are working with Danielle Rizzoli of DR, which is our expediter, which costs more money, to expedite these permits that we submitted. And spending money to beautify and develop the block, we were given the honor of being approved at. Many individuals are pushed through the application process, funded by the outside interests. These individuals then sign managed service agreements and do not operate their own dispensaries. I myself have left my entire career behind to go full force at this, gotten jobs starting as a bud tender, making my way up as a general manager of multiple dispensaries to learn a craft, to be the owner and operator and stand in front of my business to comfort my customers and clientele of Jersey City. I put my heart and soul into this. And as you know, when we have competitors this congested within each other, especially ones with those with parking lots, it really defies our odds. So I just want to hope that the right decision is made tonight. And I once again thank you for your time. But I just hope that what's right is right and will be done so tonight. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker, 5.46, Nadine.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nadine Kesoglu, and I'm a student currently completing my degree in legal studies with plans to attend Seton Hall Law School this September. I'm also a proud member of National Society of Leadership and Success. Alexandria Alcala is not only my best friend, she's my chosen family, my roommate, and one of the most inspiring women I know. As a proud Latina entrepreneur, she worked relentlessly to open her cannabis dispensary in Jersey City without selling to multi-state operators or relying on outside investors. She has followed every rule, respected every regulation, and stayed true to her values. Now she's in court defending her character again, while also facing an unfair threat again to the business she worked so hard to build. Approving a competing dispensary just steps away from hers, it would directly and significantly impact her ability to sustain and grow her business. It undermines the work of someone who has done everything right and who continues to invest her time, energy, and heart into the community. Alexandria is also a council member of the York Street Project, a nonprofit that supports women and children affected by domestic violence and poverty. Because of her, I've attended several of their events and have witnessed firsthand the impact of her work. She does not only speak about giving back, she lives it. She organizes her own community outreach, including a Christmas toy drive where she received and coordinated the donations of thousands of toys, and back to school drive where she helped collect and distribute school supplies for children in need right here in Jersey City. She had all of us working together to promote, organize, and make each of these efforts successful. And she does it without asking for credit, just out of pure love for her community. On a personal level, I've seen Alexandria's heart and generosity every single day. We live together, and she's been incredibly supportive, even helping my mom around the house whenever is needed. She's a devoted dog mom to 2 of her pups. She loves with all of her heart, yet still finds time to show up for every one of my big Armenian family birthdays, holidays, and events. She never falls short, never makes excuses. She shows up with love, laughter, and unwavering support every time. I am respectfully asking you to vote no again, or abstain from item 10.4 again. Kind Buds Jersey City LLC to operate a Class 5 retail cannabis business. Please stand with small business owners who lead with integrity. Please stand with community, with compassion, and with people like Alexandria, who give everything they have to build something meaningful and to lift others while doing it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.47, Erica.
Good evening, council members. My name is Erica Diener, and I'm a proud resident of Jersey City. I live just up the block from Newark Avenue and frequent the shops, restaurants, and small business on this street almost daily. I care deeply about this neighborhood, and I'm here tonight to respectfully ask you to vote no on item 10.40, resolution 25-451, which would allow Kind Buds Jersey City to open a 4th dispensary on this same stretch. To be clear, I'm not against cannabis. I've been in the industry for over 15 years, and I currently work for a major cannabis technology company that supports dispensaries and brands across the country and throughout New Jersey. I work directly with operators right here in Jersey City and understand how crucial balance and location are for success. I know some of the current operators personally, including Alexandria Alcala, whose dispensary is closest to the proposed Kind Buds site. She's a leader in the space and has overcome countless obstacles to get her license and is continuing to push through those obstacles to open her location. I heard the applicant, Kind Buds, mention she has tried selling her license, which is totally untrue. She deserves the chance to succeed without facing immediate competition from yet another dispensary opening just steps away. Most dispensaries in New Jersey carry the same products. There is very little differentiation. When you place too many in one area, they end up competing the same customers with the same inventory. This creates a race to the bottom in pricing and promotions, which isn't sustainable and doesn't serve the community. Importantly, this applicant was previously denied. That decision reflects valid concerns that haven't changed. Reversing it now would undermine the process and the message it sends to those who followed the rules. So again, I respectfully urge you to vote no on item 10.40, resolution 25-451. Let's protect the integrity of this neighborhood and support the businesses that are already here working hard to make Jersey City proud. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.48, Rita. Rita's not here. Thank you. Next speaker, 5.49, Rochelle.
Good evening, council members and community leaders and neighbors. I proudly stand before you on behalf of We Care Movement to extend our deepest thanks to the Jersey City Council for their support of the Juneteenth Flag Freedom Mural Project. A special and heartfelt thank you goes to Council at Large Danny Rivera, Madam President Joyce Waterman, and Councilwoman Denise Ridley for not only supporting the vision, but for initiating this important project and helping bring it to life. Your leadership in making this space for history, culture, and community healing through public art has created a legacy that will inspire for years to come. This mural is more than just a painting. It's a visual declaration that says we remember, we honor, and we are proud. On June 19th, 1865, freedom finally reached the last enslaved African American in Galveston, Texas, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued. That moment, not known as June, now known as Juneteenth, represents more than delayed justice. It marks the enduring strength, hope, and resilience of a people who never stopped believing in their humanity, even when it was denied. By supporting this mural, especially at the corner of Dwight Street and Martin Luther King Drive, we are planting that history in the heart of our city. The Juneteenth flag, which is bursting stars of freedom, and the New Horizon will serve as a permanent symbol of liberation, unity, and ongoing fight for equality. We thank you for helping amplify the important piece of our American story, and for the full council, thank you. When cities invest in truth, art, and community, we all rise. Let this mural stand not only as a celebration of Juneteenth, but as a commitment to justice, education, inclusion for generations to come. Because when we honor our past, we strengthen our future. And I want to say thank you to my husband for being the display model tonight. And I have to go take him out to dinner for being with this event tonight. But again, I just want to say from my heart, thank you on behalf of We Care Movement, your support and how quickly we started this. And you guys know that I reached out like a week ago. We have already collected almost 100 petitions to have this mural, and the community is so very excited and we are so grateful. But thank you guys so much for your support. Have a good night.
Our next speaker, 5.50, Tanya. Tanya's not here. Next speaker, 5.51, Yvonne.
Good evening, council members, sorry. My name is Yvonne Garcia. I am the PTA president at PS 27. I am also the DEI chairwoman at the New Jersey PTA. I am here respectfully asking to vote no or abstain to item 10.40, Kind Buds, Jersey City to operate Class 5 cannabis business resolution 25-451. I'm here to speak on behalf of Alexandria Alcala, the owner of Neon Heights. She has gone above and beyond to support our school and our families. She has organized numerous toy drives and to bring joy to our children in need, donated gift cards to help struggling families, and led fundraisers that directly benefited our school. More importantly, she has advocated and educated parents, helping navigate the tough conversations, understanding safety risk, and advocated for their children's and well-being. Her commitment to building a stronger, safer, and more united community is exactly the kind of leadership that we should be supporting. Approving a cannabis retail such close to her proximity to her establishment can undermine her ability to sustain and grow her business, and as a result, compromise the valuable community-focused initiatives that she has worked so diligently to build and maintain in our community. So I do thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.52, Jose.
Good evening, Council President and members of the council. What I'm holding in my hand are public records from the Jersey City website. Records that clearly show several dispensaries have been approved despite being within the original distance buffer. That's because from the beginning, there was an understanding that early applicants, those who filed and were heard around the same time would be granted flexibility under that requirement. Kind Buds JC falls into that group. They have been in the process for over 3 years and were grandfathered into the original framework. Simply put, this resolution wouldn't even be here before you today if we didn't meet the standards that were in place at the time. I respectfully ask for your support and a vote in favor of Kind Buds JC. The same consideration this council has extended to other Class 5 applicants in similar situations. And my friend Michael Daniel isn't a white man. He's Hispanic. And to me, he is the definition of the American dream. All we're asking for is fairness, consistency, and the opportunity to continue serving the city they're always committed to. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.53, Gabriella.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gabriela Nega. I'm a part of St. Jordan St. Shanila's Coptic Orthodox Church, located on 835 Bergen Ave. I'm sure you guys have heard of our church because of our new beautiful building on Sip Ave. I am currently an active member and a servant of the church. I've been born and raised in that church. All 18 years of my life I've been going there. I am coming here today to discuss a separate issue on behalf of the community about a proposed development on 829 Bergen Avenue. This projected development is supposed to be a giant apartment building with 77 apartments, along with retail space on the first floor. For the past 2 years, many of us, a part of the community, have come and discussed and had ongoing dialogue with the former developer of this building, as there were a bit of issues in regards to the parking and having this apartment next to us, the apartment complex next to us. We've participated in several meetings with and which were attended by Councilman Rich Bajanio, Council President Joyce Waterman, and former councilperson Mira Prince-Array. Through these meetings, we worked really hard to ensure that the development would serve not only the interests of the builder, but our community as a whole, as we are a very large community. After a lengthy discussion, we finally reached a great compromise. The new development would include parking. This would assist both the church and the residents of the new apartment complex, as the church is very congested and that area is very congested. Coming from experience personally, every Sunday and every Friday and all the services during the week, trying to find a parking spot is extremely difficult, let alone when you add a 77 apartment based building where they don't have parking as well right next to us. However, since then, the development on 829 Bergen Ave has gotten a new developer. And this new developer has decided to move forward with the previously agreed upon, has decided not to move forward with the previously agreed upon parking, which goes against the understanding that we worked so long to establish. To make matters worse, the developer now has sent out demolition notices without letting us have a chance and without a public safety plan. We currently have an active summer camp with children. And to be honest, after hearing about everything that's going on in the city already with traffic and drivers, we don't need any excess lack of safety with our children with demolition added on. I can't imagine the excess demolition helping us, especially with safety. So we are alerting the city council and hoping that you guys oppose the development, at least temporarily, until we come back with a better solution.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.54 for Kwan.
Good evening, good evening. I'm Fruquan Muzan. I'm the attorney for Kind Buds. I'm also the attorney for many dispensaries that have decided to come to Jersey City. And this is the first time any client has asked me to come to the council meeting and speak. So I'm happy to be here. I got involved in the cannabis industry because I was the general counsel for the state Senate majority office back in 2019. I thought Steve Sweeney was going to be governor and I was going to be AG, but that didn't happen. So I was the general counsel when Senator Scutari decided to make cannabis legal. So I'm one of the main guys that had to put the documents together, figure out how to draft the legislation. I remember one of the first meetings we had, legalize, tax, regulate, 60 pages, a lot of work, but we're fine. Senator Rice, the late great, comes in the meeting, he says, I'm not going to vote for it. It's like, well, that's a surprise. Why? He says, because rich white men from out of state is going to come in, take all the money away, and no one from New Jersey is going to benefit from it. So we went to work. That's why you see conditional licenses for people that aren't already wealthy. You see micro license for New Jersey businesses, see diversity, make sure that you have women and minorities involved in the industry. And Mike Daniel is the prototype of the person that we wanted to make sure had an opportunity to get a license in this industry. A young entrepreneur from Jersey City, never left the state, not even to go to college. He went to Montclair. He has a minority business certification as well. He is very resourceful, has businesses in Jersey City, not only is active in the community, but is part of the community, and he's ready to open. I understand that the city has problems with a lot of businesses that have licenses, but they don't have money to open. So I said, Mike, how long is it going to take to do the build out? He said, 4 months. I said, do you have the money? He said, yes, I do. It's just sitting in the bank ready to go. Now, I totally understand the city's laudable goal of not wanting to have dispensaries on top of each other. But however, whatever you do cannot act in an arbitrary or capricious manner. New Jersey appellate courts have always held that the essence of arbitrariness is when the same set of facts results in one decision on one occasion and a contrary decision on another. The Cannabis Place is approved to operate within 600 feet from Cushmart on Kennedy Boulevard. White Lotus Dispensary is located 749 West Side Avenue and will share a wall with another dispensary, and the wall is not 600 feet thick. There are others as well. I went to Jersey Leaf. I saw Lady L that I didn't have a tape measure, but it's not 600 feet away. We're only asking that the city council treat similarly situated persons similarly. And in this case, that means allowing Mike Daniel to open Kind Buds. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.55, Miriam. Not here, thank you. Next speaker, 5.56, Nala. Not here. Next speaker, 5.57, Mina.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Mina Abadir. I usually don't use teleprompters, but I was actually moved by the councilman and Eli's passing and how these kids are affected in this community now. My name is Mina again. My name is Mina. I am here to speak about the proposed development at 829 Bergen Avenue. For the past 2 years, we have attended several meetings with the former developer. And a big shout out to Councilman Rich Bogiano. I don't know if he's here, but Council President Joyce Waterman and former Councilman Mira Prince Ari have attended some of the many meetings we had previous. We've had a huge turnout in the last planning board with over 120 in attendance prior to the new developer taking over the property. After 2 years of meetings, the community and the developer had an agreement. The new development will have parking. Then the developer sold 829 Avenue, Bergen Avenue to a new developer. Unfortunately, this new developer will not put in an agreed upon parking. In addition to that, the developer has sent us a demolition notice, quite abruptly without providing a public safety plan. The church has an active summer program with many children, not including the church services with many elderly and children. We need protection during demolition and during construction. We are alerting City Council and the public to please oppose this development at the next planning meeting on July 29th. A couple of pointers: no loading and unloading zone, which will obviously increase traffic in the area. No setback and adding retail space now. No parking, which originally approved and agreed upon. No public safety plan to get approved, no construction, which keep in mind, they do not require in Jersey City, as I was told for their application. And then just keep in mind, we had an engineer who spoke in the last and only meeting with the developer via Zoom a few weeks ago, who happened to have 6,000 applications on his belt in New York City and warned about potential major safety accidents to the general public. And keep in mind, we have PS 11, Hudson Catholic, and St. Aidan's right next to each other. Grammar School a block away again, and the 3 churches within the same block. Last traffic study that was submitted with the prior developer did not take account high traffic times within the week during school and church services on Saturday and Sunday for the 3 churches around as well. Keep in mind that this is an election year, and hearing chatter that the developer speed ruling the approvals prior to new possible planning boards and city council ordinances, such as an increase of affordable housing and other ordinances that are in place, and so on and so forth. So you could read between the lines why they're doing this so fast. So all I ask is to take back and look what was.
Sir, your time is up.
Sure.
Thank you.
All I asked was approved.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay, so maybe someone else could.
Our next speaker, 5.58, Pam.
I'll finish his thought. So all I ask is to take a step back and look what was approved by the previous developer and what is being changed. From this, I quote, unquote, as is application for the sake of the community that was in place in this wonderful city for decades, and what is happening for the sake of the transient community in place now. Also, I request to have a new traffic study in this area to take account of the church community as well as the 3 schools within a stone. Thank you again, and please oppose this development if it comes before City Council. Hi, my name is Pam Andes. Councilman Rich Bogiano wanted me to thank members of the St. George and St. Shenouda Coptic Church, as well as the residents of Bergen Avenue for coming out to speak tonight. This tight-knit community has been thriving in Jersey City for over 40 years and is still growing. They got so big, they built a second church. And it is really a great, great community. Their story is important because it's about developers coming in and ruining this community and giving demolition notices before their plan was approved. So please listen to them and support their request to the developer and city planning to reconsider the old plan that took 2 years to approve. So thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.59, Robert.
Name is Robert Lessons Olshetwi. I am a member of St. George and St. Shenouda. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my concerns this evening. It is my understanding that a 77-unit residential building is being proposed at 829 Bergen Avenue without any provisions for parking. This is deeply concerning, especially in the light of previous discussions we had with the city and the original developer. During those meetings, which we felt were productive and collaborative, the developer agreed to include 20 parking spaces and to implement safety measures during construction, given the proximity of our church next door. Our church remains active throughout the entire week, hosting services, prayer sessions, and community events that attract people of all ages, including children and the elderly. Unfortunately, it has come to our attention that there has been a change in ownership and that the new development team has submitted plans that disregard all prior discussions and community input. The revised proposal eliminates all parking and instead introduces a retail space potentially profitable for the developer, but at a great cost to our neighborhood. As a licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey, I understand that developers aim to build cost-effective, profitable projects, but often these developers are not part of the communities they impact. They may not understand or prioritize the day-to-day realities that we face as residents of the city. That is why it falls on us as the residents and the elected officials of the city to protect the interests, well-being, and quality of life of our community. I am here fulfilling my civic duty by raising these concerns again, and I must ask, why were none of the original community concerns documented in meeting minutes and previous discussions reflected in the new design? How can a 77-unit development be approved by zoning with 0 parking on a street where parking is already a daily struggle? Where will the new residents park? What impact will it have on traffic, safety, and accessibility, especially for seniors who may have to walk several blocks with groceries and other necessities just to get to their homes? This decision would not only undermine the trust built during our original conversations, but also exasperates a growing parking crisis in our neighborhood. Therefore, I respectfully urge this council to reconsider the current plan and to insist that the developer reinstate at a minimum the 20 parking spaces that were previously agreed upon and approved, if not more. I believe this is a critical step towards preserving the livability of our community for this and future projects. Thank you for your time and consideration for this matter.
Our next speaker, 5.60, Tanya. Here, 5.61 is a duplicate of 5.59. Or is he also same name? I can't hear when you're. What is your name?
I was supposed to be in the place of the duplicate name.
Well, you're not on the list.
I'll be short.
It's not about being short, sir. It's about having your name listed on the speakers list. And you're not on the speakers list, so I can't allow you to speak.
Can I just say something?
Again, I can't allow you to speak. It's been a long night as well. So if you would have been listed correctly, we wouldn't have had a problem.
I'll be brief. I'll be brief.
In all due respect, there's a process and there's a process to be followed. And again, I'm not going to go with back and forth. We're going to go to the next speaker.
It's just an oversight.
And that's that.
I'm a student
We
of this
cannot do
community.
that. We can't do that.
When
Can I
when
ask
the
a
meeting's
question?
over, we can come out. When the meeting's done, we can speak.
Wait, can I ask a question about the property? Although it was sold, if they're adjusting the plans, they don't have to go through the planning board again?
No, we actually,
Nope,
no, not you. We actually.
I'm only asking you because the VA is not here.
Obviously, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. We can look at it and see what's going on with the planning board. I believe they said there's another planning board meeting. So I will have to check with the planning and the planning board and see what's going on with it.
Demolition or construction should go on until then.
I don't know what stage they're at.
Just, you know.
If there's been, the construction code official would know more if there's been demolition notices issued. So
Yeah,
we'll
it
have to
sounds
check.
like it's construction that started or is about to start. And we've seen this where somebody gets started and they say, oh, it's too late to stop them now. And they get to continue the project without facing any penalty. That is a crazy area over there. They're right with the schools, not just the church, the schools, the shopping community. Construction's gonna bring, that center to a whole. And then a few weeks from now, I know the summer is just about to start, school's gonna start back up again. And it's gonna be madness. Yeah, colleges, the high schools and stuff, so please.
No, Pam.
Brittany, what?
Pam, because Rich is not here. Pam is representing Rich tonight. Because Rich had called, he's away, and that's why Pam had reached out concerning this. Pam, I just want to be clear. Did they start the demolition?
They did not start the demolition.
Okay, because I text the director, because I just want to make sure. Okay, I text the director to find out, but they did not start. Okay, that's what I want.
So Brittany, typically from a procedural standpoint, when a project receives approval and then said project is sold to another developer, don't they have to go back before the planning board if they deviate from any of the plans?
Could you not clap so we can hear? We get you. You excited, but we can't hear when you clap.
I can't answer it because I don't have any details about what went on with the project. I don't know what the deviations are. I don't know the initial sale. This is the first time we're hearing of it and planning, and the planning board has its own attorney. So I would have to speak to them and figure out what's actually going on with the project. So,
Peter, do you know?
Peter, you have something?
I do not have anything specific for this project, but if you'd like, I can get you a report tomorrow from the planning board and the planning department with all the developments for it.
Please do. Okay.
All right, our next speaker, 5.62, Kristen.
Good evening, Council. I just have a few questions on specific things that have gone through City Council that I'd like some clarification on. Involving the school at SciTech City, I've been told that the school is no longer being built. I'm not sure if this is true. Can anyone confirm this either way? Why would a hotel be built before the school? This prioritizes profits over our students. If the school is canceled, is there anything in the contract that states the land reverts back to the city? Regarding Martiniac and Enright Park, it's on Old Bergen Road. About 2 years ago, there was a program for a participatory budget. I submitted this park as in need of improvements. The submission was approved, but as of this time, there have been no great improvements to the park besides what community advocates Brett Miller and Pam Olson have done. McGovern Park in Jersey City. The playground has been done, which is great. Is there any timeline for the other 75% of this park to be redone? And finally, I'd like to offer my sincere condolences to the Bender family. As a mother, what happened is unimaginable. As a city, we have to do better. I'm an administrator at McNair Academic High School. As part of the driver's education class, the students have a project. They're given a tally sheet and sent outside. On the tally sheet, there are typical infractions: not stopping at a stop sign, parking too close to the corner, driving while distracted while on your cell phone, having your windows tinted too much in the front. The students are told to guesstimate how many times those infractions will be violated. Typically, they think, oh, a lot of people don't pay attention. It's going to be 2 to 3 out of 10 that will violate it. When they come back, they are in shock. It is typically 8 to 9 people. 80 to 90% of the drivers are not following guidelines. So while I do not like those numbers, I'm glad that the students are shocked, because those are the next generation of drivers, and hopefully they will do better than we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.63, John I.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Ishak, and I'm a Jersey City resident of 43 years and a member of the St. George and St. Chenula Coptic Orthodox Church. I'm speaking about the proposed development of a 77-unit residential building at 829 Bergen Avenue, immediately adjacent to our church. Almost 22,000 residents alone reside within the General Square area. That's as of 2023, and it's grown since. With the addition of the General Square building units, there's an additional 1,840 units. The General Square area is currently 37% more densely populated compared to the rest of Jersey City. The development of 77-unit high-rise 11-story residential building on only a 6,800 square foot lot will create mass congestion, traffic, and issues with parking in an area where it's already difficult to park a car. There are at least 2 other nearby churches on Bergen Avenue, not to mention the large apartment complex already present and the numerous schools in the neighborhood. These will all be impacted. The proposed building will not have any parking spaces for 77 units. This is not adequate in an area that's already densely populated. If you look at the traffic study that was done in the previous development plan, it was done on a Thursday and on a Saturday. These are not the peak periods. The analysis omitted the Sunday traffic periods, which includes pedestrian traffic and parking patterns during liturgical services for the church and the other 2 churches located on Bergen Avenue. Development and construction of this 77-unit building without parking spaces is already in an already overly congested and densely populated area is ludicrous and nonsensical. The owner and developer shows a lack of integrity, common sense, greed, and a lack of empathy for the neighborhood, community, and the city of Jersey City. Integrity is defined as doing the right thing no matter how difficult the task is, and being honest with strong moral principles. Development of a 77-unit building without parking, again, just shows a lack of integrity. You're not doing right by the neighborhood, nor the community, nor Jersey City. Have some integrity and do the right thing. Develop the building with less units and have adequate parking. Make it comfortable for your residents. Don't pack them in like sardines, just so the developer can maximize profits. Don't allow the development of this project as it stands today. The plans need to be revised to allow for parking and reduce the number of units. This is not the Jersey City I want my children to grow up in, nor do I wish this on the future generations of our community to deal with. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Our next speaker, 5.64, Mary Ann. Not here, and not on your speakers list, but did sign up before the meeting started, 5.65, Trevor. Not here. Right, that will conclude our public speaking portion of the meeting. Now move to our petitions and communications. Any questions or comments on items 6.1 through 6.36? Hearing none. Any questions or comments on officer communications 7.1 through 7.13. There are no reported directors. And on to our claims and addendums number 1, 2, and 3. So council members are going to be taking a vote on claims and addendums number 1, 2, and 3. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Claims and addendums number 1, 2, and 3 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. On to our resolutions. Council members going to be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.15 with the exception of 10.3 through 10.9, which were approved earlier. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Items 10.1 through 10.15 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. On to our next set of resolutions, items 10.16 through 10.26. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Items 10.16 through 10.26 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. On to items 10.27 through 10.37. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Waterman. Items 10.27 through 10.37 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. On to the balance of our resolutions. That will be items 10.38 through 10.45. Councilperson Ridley.
Aye.
Councilperson Hewlings.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Vote no on 1040. This is for Kind Buds. And my rationale for this is there's a few reasons for it. I spoke to Smokey Joe about a month ago about this for Kind Buds to work together with Alex. Alex is a minority-owned Latina business. It's her first business. She is not my friend, despite what some people say. She was a resident of Ward D, and in May 2020, when I became a council person, she was the first person ever to approach me regarding starting a retail cannabis establishment. And since then, I have tried to assist her within my capacity as a council person and help guide her through the process. And my main gripe with this is that when I spoke to Smokey Joe, that there are 2 annual licenses next to each other and that the community impact plan was very vague. The community impact plan is in our packet and it doesn't say what it's going to do inside Ward C. Doesn't say what it's going to do inside Jersey City. It says it's going to donate up to $200,000 up to, it doesn't have a definite amount, but that's what I had told him. And I said, she is having issues getting capital. And if you want to partner with her, then that's something that you should do because she was first. She was first and she got to the planning board and got approved May 9th, 2023. 2 days later, Kind Buds submits their application in full to start the process. Had we not put the moratorium in place in May 2023, she would have gotten the council approval. Okay, and this resolution is also inaccurate because it says that we haven't established caps, which we do, and we haven't established any preferences in regards to the licensed applicants, which we did. We passed a law saying we would give minority-owned, women-owned businesses. We have the list right here, veterans, minorities. We passed this in 2023. And we now have another application that's it's a cannabis retail application. I don't oppose Kind Buds because of the applicant. I think I want you to succeed just as much as I want Alex to succeed. Okay, but having two retail dispensaries next to each other, if you come back with something else, okay, there's cultivator licenses, there's other licenses, but she submitted her application first. She got to the finish line first. She had the highest hills to climb. And that's why I support her, because I've seen her journey from the very beginning to the very end. And I just hope this council realizes this, because it's really upsetting. And if I don't believe, listen, the the resolution of the planning board of the city of Jersey City, and this is to your credit, you said you're a minority applicant, right? It doesn't say that in the resolution of the planning board. Listen, I just tell you, so you're a lawyer, I just tell you, so Fruquand, you can talk to them about that so we could give priority. I don't agree with this location. I'm happy to support any other iteration at that location or another location. But I vote no on this, and I'm happy to work with you in the future to see what else you could do there. And I vote aye on the rest.
Councilperson Solomon.
I just want to ask Law Department a couple questions. Just have a quick second. So for dispensaries that have been located within 600 feet of each other, are there examples to date that we've approved where it was two standard licenses as opposed to standard and a micro license that were within the 600 feet?
Off the top of my head, I don't know if it was standard and micro. I know that there are two businesses that have opened within 600 feet of each other, and there have been multiple instances of that.
Okay.
And we've been sued on it. And the way we've done it with the time of application rule, where we allow the applicants to continue up until the council resolution of support has been upheld.
So what you're saying is you allowed, if two applicants were within 600 feet, both were able to move forward until the council resolution was done.
Right, as long as the council had not yet granted the resolution of local support, the two applicants were allowed to go up at the same time if they were within 600 feet of one another.
Right, and then once the council resolution was issued, so let's say one applicant had submitted their application, but they hadn't gotten the council's approval, they could still move forward, like in this case.
Correct.
Got it. So that was the situation there. And then one other question, I'm trying to remember what it was. You had the 600 feet, and then there was, give me 1 second. I can't remember what it was, so I apologize. It's, long day. So in this case, I mean, I think it's tough because for me, the way I've judged every application, trying to be fair to everybody, is to say we all agreed that the city set the standard on the 600-foot rule, which was maybe different than people thought it was going to be at the start. And then it was determined based on what Brittany just said, the pulling of the application. And so in the past, I voted for cannabis dispensaries that have been within 600 feet of each other. And what we've asked for is that the dispensaries, meet with the community, meet with the council member, demonstrate that they have MOUs. And so if we ever oppose a dispensary, I've ever opposed a dispensary, it's because of that. And when Kind Buds first came before us, we asked the ward council person if they had done the outreach work, and the answer we received was no. And so then the vote was no. And since that happened, then the application has come back and now we have received a different answer, which was that at least there was a meeting that occurred and there were MOUs. And so it's not fair to either applicant, right? It's not fair to the one who already has an approval because they were here, they had this council vote no, and then made decisions based on that vote. And then it's not fair to the current applicant because we were given incorrect information by in advance of our vote. So, you know, I think it puts all of us in a really difficult situation and it makes for a really, really tough decision. At the end of the day, I think I just have to follow the same standard that I've always followed, which was that even if they're within close, if there has been outreach, I voted yes on every other one. So in this case, I am going to vote yes for 1040 and all the other ones, but I do just want to acknowledge, I think it's not fair to anybody that went through this process, and that's something, everybody, all of us collectively need to own. So with that, I vote aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Regards to 10.40, I prefigured this problem 2-3 years ago. I knew that if we didn't have strict guidelines where you tell another person that they need to hold on, or they have to stop, that we will have this problem. So for me, it's conflicting in a sense that the rule states that you can't be within 600 feet, but the 600 feet is not acknowledged until the pin go in a map, and the pin don't go into the map until you get council approval. So just for the sake of sheer math, if we vote in tonight, in essence, someone could have submitted an application yesterday or early today, which throws the whole process off. It doesn't make any sense. In essence, it's just a mess. So in light of that, I'm just going to abstain from 10.40. It's a huge problem. I think we botched this cannabis thing from the beginning. And I get it is new legislation. No one foreseen how this was going to play out. And furthermore, I'm extremely enraged at the the demographic of the individuals that's benefiting. Most of these people are not even impacted communities in the first place. And the legislation was meant to help those people in that community. So in light of all that, I will abstain for that. I vote aye on the rest.
Councilperson DeGise.
I agree with a lot of what was just said. It's not an ideal situation for either one of you. You're both going to have barriers going forward. But that being said, this was the layout, we're going by the rules that were created and that we've been following. We did have this same discussion. I went back in my notes with the site on Central Avenue, the one at the old Rainbow, and then the one that just a few blocks away. And we were, wanting to get a measuring tape out at that point to see how far away they were. But we allowed that one to continue. So I'm going to file the same suit. And I think that they did their due diligence with the councilman and their community. I do hope that you both are successful. And I do hope that you can both work together in some capacity, but you're both going to have barriers. And we never intended for that to happen. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I vote aye.
Council President Waterman. You're abstaining on 10.40 and 10.41 and aye on all the rest, correct? Okay. Now, if I can just recap, if you give me a minute. Items 10.38 through 10.39 are approved 8-0, with Councilperson Baggiano absent. Item 10.40 is approved 5-1-2, with council members Gilmore and Council President Waterman abstaining and Councilperson Saleh voting no. Item 10.41 is approved. 701. Excuse me. With Council President Waterman abstaining, and items 10.42 through 10.45 are approved 8-0 with Councilperson Baggiano absent. May I have a motion to
Hold on,
adjourn?
Sean. Before we adjourn, I just want the record to reflect, Peter, I've requested, documentation as it relates to the, directorship and recreation 90-day, approval, and I've never received anything as it relates to reappointment. I know in the statute, it speaks of, acting directorship for 90 days, I believe, and then subsequently that person has to be either voted in or I guess it reverts to someone else being in that role, and I haven't received anything.
Yeah, I sent an email out, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. I can give the exact date, just confirming that his 90 days is up and that the mayor also was notified that they have to take action. There's 3 potential actions they could take. Like you said, they could put it before the council and make them permanent. They could put up a new person and give that person 90 days, or they could just have these seats be vacant. So the mayor's also been notified of it. They know they have to take action, and I believe they'll be bringing before council shortly with what they want to decide.
So you sent the email 2 weeks ago. You saying?
So when the last council meeting, you asked me to confirm whether 90 days is up. I believe I sent you an email. Double check if you'd like.
Okay, no, I'll take your word. So what was the mayor's office response to that?
That they're going to look at what their options are and take options or take an action shortly.
The thing is, the statute is clear. You don't wait till the 90 days is up or you're infringing upon the 90 days. You have a plan to execute before the 90 days is up. Because other than that, they'll look into it, and the looking into it can take 2026. That's the purpose of the stipulations in the legislation. We have benchmarks for a reason.
Understood, Councilman. Again, it's the mayor's pick for it, so we'll work with them to get a response as soon as possible to make sure that.
No,
there's some action
that's not acceptable. Legal, as a council, what power do we have? Because we can't say, they're gonna look into it, right? I'm not comfortable with the administration looking at into something that they should have already been in front of. I've raised the issue before the 90 days was up, in fact, directly after the appointment.
Council, we can get you a memo on the different legal options. The council is not the body that puts up the nomination. Obviously, that's only in the purview of the administration and the mayor to put forward the nominee, but we'll get you a memo on the other, as Peter discussed, the options and what the council's options would be.
Yes, can we get that yesterday, just so we can make sure that we're on top of this? And then also, Sean or Liga, if you can help me out with respect to the council executing investigatory capacity, like how does that process look? Is it something that we have to put for resolution, or is like, how does that work?
Are you looking to form a committee?
No, as a council, we have the ability to investigate different departments, correct?
Correct, yeah. We have that research as well. We can give you that as well. Just deciding on we've had a couple different ideas tonight. We'll just lay it out for you, and then you guys can move forward however you wish.
Can you send it to the whole council?
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
Okay.
So can I have a motion to adjourn at 10:11 PM?
Motion.
Motion, I heard the first motion from Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. All council members present by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 10:11 PM. Thank you so much, everyone in person and everyone watching at home. Remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Have a great night, rest of the night. Stay safe and cool.